Okay, we should be back in service. That was a momentary disconnection. I don't know how much was dropped. But as you can see in that stream, we were in the middle of assembling this portrait of Robert Frost. And we've completed it. And I don't know if that was when the disconnection occurred. But we had just completed a portrait of Robert Frost using the alphabetic code that we had. I took a screenshot of it, and I also said, as I was about to switch over to the screenshots for an attempt at decipherment, that I actually kind of have my doubts about this being part of the solution for a very specific reason. That we have these question blocks that are doubled up here. And if I remembered the numerical code accurately, let's look at a numerical code. I don't think there were any duplicates within the same row. Like, if we decided to read this as a row of 3. And that's probably a potential problem, in that this probably doesn't give us anything, but yeah, let me think about that for a moment. And in the meantime, anybody else who's having trouble with the stream, do let me know if there are any issues with video, audio, buffering, etc. Kind of lucky for us there that the chat remained connected, because sometimes it is internet on my end that totally gives way, but in this case, I think it was only Twitch that was causing trouble. And that's our connectivity here. It was generally fine. So anyway, here's Robert Frost. Here is the numerical code, and as you can see, the numerical code doesn't have any duplicates. It doesn't have any doubled up question blocks, and so this might be a total blind alley now that I look at it, unless there's some kind of transformation I'm missing. I guess this was almost too convenient. So for example, if we decided to look at the top left and tried to read it as a number code, we would be looking for Brick P Donut. And we don't see that here. Oh, we do see that in the top right here. That's number 19, but that's in a different order. That's Donut P Brick, and so that's reversed. And so we would have to look for something like a... And it's not the order that's the issue, because if you look at the Robert Frost text here, there's definitely not going to be anything that matches up to the third row on the left, which is ice question question. There's nothing that's going to match that, no matter what we do. So this might just be totally wrong. And if it is, then I'm not sure what to do with the poem. We might have to revisit the text of the poem, and I think that's maybe one thing we should go about doing. Because the clue that we have currently, let's bring that up, is read poem character with YX includes space. Even if it is wrong, it's at least pretty, yeah. Yeah, it kind of is. I mean, I noticed that you're being very careful not to say anything conclusive either way, so you don't nudge me too soon. We may have to get back to the level. It may also be that perhaps some kind of existing code, like instead of using this to decipher itself, we could perhaps use the existing XY coordinates that we have to read this. I also don't know that it's going to be in a 6x6 grid. It could also be in a 12x3 grid, for instance. So for example, if we came back here, like, there's no substance to my assumption here that it is going to follow the same kind of 6x6 grid. Instead of being read like this would still read Robert Frost. For instance, left or right, Robert Space Frost. And that would affect... Well, it wouldn't affect the fact that, you know, we still have this ice question problem. Like, we don't actually have numbers to translate this to. Unless the idea is that with the numerical mappings that were given here, we have to somehow establish additional numbers by induction. And like, here's the striking thing here, right? Like, at first glance, it looks like this is a definite dead end. Like, it's such a definite dead end that none of these, I think, even accidentally match up to a number. Like, every single set of 3 here, I believe, is actually a non-number. Let's say, for example, let's pick something random like donut spike hard in the lower right. Like, you won't see that here, I think. You see donut hard question, sorry, spike hard question. You see spike ice p. It's almost like this solution was deliberately tested and excluded almost. Unless there's any kind of matchup. Like, so you see red question hard block, second row on the right, for instance. Red question hard block, I think there's nothing like that. You see red P question, you see red note cloud, red note P. Yeah, there's actually no sign of it. And so this is not only a dead end, but it's almost like this was an anticipated dead end. I don't know if it's something that you picked up in playtesting and decided to specifically block off, but yeah, it looks like a lot of signs are discouraging me from pursuing this. Unless I'm meant to take something like an existing code, like for this guy, and use that to identify things on a grid. I can always try that. I feel like it's worth trying. I shouldn't just discard that idea without having attempted it. So, for example, yeah, because it says like read with XY or something, right? So, for example, if we apply the previous XY to Robert Frost, what do we get? Let's copy this down and eliminate all this stuff. You would get 6 and 5 is going to be hard. 3 and 4 is going to be brick. 6 and 6 is going to be P. 5 and 3 is going to be ice. 3 and 1 is going to be donut. 5 and 4 is going to be question. Hard brick. I think this is correct. 3 and 4. 6 and 6. 5 and 3 for ice. Yeah, 3 and 1 for donuts. 5 and 4 for question. We can try it. I mean, there are 70 codes to search between. We can see if any of them actually match. I don't feel like we have any clue pointing us to this being a potential solution, though. I feel like this is a bit of a wild guess. That it was already a bit speculative to think that Robert Frost was the thing we're supposed to derive from the poem. And we have no reason to expect that we can apply an existing XY from one image to a different image. So even if it is correct, like I don't think it would be something that feels like a particularly anticipated solution. It's more that I can't think of much else to try. But we'd better look at the code room and see if this code actually maps to anything or if it's just total junk. So let's get back into the level. Okay, Rosetta box, here we go. Yeah, read top to bottom. Okay, let's keep our eyes peeled for hard brick P ice donut question. Remember, I still don't know whether order matters. We also want something that's specifically in this room. I don't think it will help find something in any other room, unless, of course, you're hitting an invisible block that gives you a key. That's something I did keep in mind, by the way. It is entirely possible that maybe the way that this level does multiple code entries is that one of those codes just gives you an invisible block with a key, for instance. Once again, I think that would be maybe easy to stumble into by brute force. I expect the key will be after this pipe, but let's take a look. We can eliminate... Well, let's see if we can find it in order first. We'll want anything starting with a hard block. Hard block. Hard block, brick P. Top half matches, bottom half doesn't. Because we've got ice donut question on the bottom half. This has spike cloud red on the bottom half. And unless we have any kind of specific transformation between the two, that will not be it. Kind of interesting that the top three match, though. That's probably just a coincidence. We don't see anything else topped with a hard block here. Let's check the other side. Now, the thing informing this is that the previous clue was in order. The previous one did, in fact, succeed. So, wait, let's see. This one has hard block, but no brick. Okay. Hard brick ice. And regardless, it has a blue block, and blue block mismatches. This one has cloud. We don't have a cloud. Hard E brick. Cloud, ice, yeah. Once again. Here's some more hard blocks. Hard lead note, hard red question, nope. None of those. This one is the cloud. Yeah, let me just do one more sweep of this room just to see if we have any that could potentially work out of order. We'll look for the hard block first, and we'll see how the rest are constrained. But they all have things like clouds and red blocks and such that we are excluding in my suspected code. Yeah, no, that's wrong. Oh, wait. This one has hard. Brick. Ice, it doesn't have donut. Okay. This one has blue. Yeah, I think we're probably just on the wrong track. I think I am on the wrong track. Just for the hell of it, I'm going to try the one that matches the top three. There's no reason to expect that to be anything other than the coincidence that we have the top three as a match. But it's kind of funny because earlier on I was talking about fuzzy logic and just being able to determine most of these by reading the top three or so, and here we are reading the top three, and the rest is a total mismatch, as you see. But yeah, I think this is probably totally wrong. I don't think it's really worth considering. Okay. So then the question is, I guess we're still technically stuck at the poem then. That we found the poem, we've read the poem, we don't know how to translate the poem into a code. And let's go back to the room that we have unlocked. Just to see. So we were using, what was it, jump block, cloud, yeah, this guy. I recognize you by now. Okay, so that's going to be a crush down there. So we opened this thing up. This was where we had the alphabet clue on-off switch, which we have not found a use for yet. Read poem with character YX include. Okay, so here's one other thing that we could potentially do with the poem. We haven't considered actually using the text of the poem. Like the Robert Frost thing was kind of a guess anyway. If we actually use the text of the poem, it seems like we have a couple of different approaches we can take in order to apply the XY position thing. Let me see if I can bring up the poem again so I can demonstrate what I'm talking about. Okay, so here's to Earthward once again. If we are to read the poem with the YX system, I actually see two ways to do that. I would assume that we're not going to actually encode, like, all, what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 stanzas, 32 lines of the poem. I assume we don't have to do that. 32 isn't quite the right number anyway. If there were 36 lines to this, if there were 9 stanzas, then I would be really suspicious, because of the usefulness of the number 36 so far in terms of providing us with a 6-digit passcode. But with 32 stanzas, that's probably not it. But yeah, we're supposed to read something with the poem including spaces. It could be something like line length. So for example, and since we only need 6 digits, let's say, for instance, we decided to inspect the first 12 lines for length. So, for instance, we'll have to file the... well, let's copy this into something monospaced, first of all, if it's actually going to copy without bringing over the icons. Let's see if I can do that on my notepad. Just 1 second. This may require a little bit of cleaning up. No, we actually got it. Hang on. So let's say we just took the first 12 lines, say, and we just counted line length. So for instance, and actually I'll try to make this easier for myself. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 20, 30. So we know that this is like 26 long, for instance. And we know that this is one character shortened at 25 long. We know that this is right on 30. So the thing I'm getting at here, and I'll not do this totally exhaustively. How long is this one? That's 14. The thing I'm getting at here is that if we go back to the example room, let me try to bring that up. Yeah, having browsers open and all that totally tanked my frame rate on this. I'm not streaming from a particularly strong machine. If we go back to the example room, well, first of all, let's see if this makes sense. We're reading the poem, we're reading with YX, we are including spaces. We're also including punctuation. And I don't know if we have anything to determine what to do with that either way, but yeah, if we went back to the example room, have this. Let's see if I can show this off. So, yeah, you see how we have these coordinates here that are like yx, 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 yx? And we know that the numbers can be as big as we want because they wrap around, even though we only have number clues that go up to 20. Oh, I guess we only have number clues that go up to 20, so something like 25 would not really work. Because the idea I was getting at was that if we thought of these like something like a 6x6 grid or coordinates on a 6x6 grid, then we could get new x and y coordinates just from something like the first 12 lines. So for example, 26 would be equal to 24 plus 2, which is 2. 1. 30 would just be 6. 14 would be 2. And so you would have yx, yx, and you would, for instance, give yourself the coordinates 2, 1, and 6, 2. Now, doing the first 12 lines out of 32 in a poem is kind of totally arbitrary. There's no particular reason to make that selection. We don't have a clue pointing us towards that. It's just sort of based on the idea that we need a code that is 6 characters long. Like, that's the constraint that we have to deal with. And so this might just be totally incorrect, but yeah, because we also don't know what to do with punctuation. We don't know what to do with the commas, dashes, etc. But if we had something like position, let's just do the first few positions just to see. And actually, we would need more than 12 numbers anyway, I think. No, we don't. We need 12 numbers because 12 numbers are 6 coordinates. 6 coordinates gives us 6 blocks. We're almost out of time. That's okay. Let's pause this for a moment. And just try to do the rest of these. Okay, so this is going to be, if we include the comma, 34. This is, well, I don't really know how to treat the dash. I'll just treat it as one character, I guess. That gives you 23, which is 5. So that, for example, gives you coordinate 5, 2. Next thing you have 9. That gives you 5 once again. Yeah, I don't know about this. Because all of these numbers are like way over 20, and so they only map to anything at all if you treat them as wrapping around a limit of 6. We have no particular reason to believe that. I guess so far there's no interpretation of the reading the poem clue that really jumps out at me as naturally correct. So for example, this is 17, gives you 5 once again. Yeah, nothing here really seems like it's better than a very wild guess. I wonder if there's something else I'm missing in the level in terms of something that I have not read yet. Like some kind of visual clue that I've neglected. I feel like I've checked every pipe and door at this point. Every pipe and door that we're able to access. The only thing is we haven't really played very much with the on-off switch in terms of finding out whether it does unlock anything new, but I can't see how it would. So, but let's take a look at just a first couple of coordinates here to see if it does anything. So what is this? It's 24. That's 6. That's 2. And even if some of these characters are totally off, maybe some other ones could be useful. What is that? That's 2. And that's going to be 19. That's going to be 1. So we get coordinates 2, 6. Get 1, 2. So for example, if we applied these coordinates to the original image, then what would we get? The candidate code here is going to be 2, 1, 6, 2 is going to be question. Oh yeah, no, 2, 1 is going to be, yeah, that's P. I have to read X and Y once again. Let's do this. I have to not get confused. 5, 2 is going to be, okay. That's going to get us into trouble right away, in fact. Because look at that, P question, we have a whole bunch of duplicates here. And we know that codes don't have duplicates. And so I think that's going to rule out this path right away. This is going to be ice. 1 and 2 is going to be hard. Yeah, but the P blank, unless we're just totally misreading the numbers, misreading how to do the punctuation, etc. I think this is also going to be a dead end. So let's see if we can come up with any other interpretation of how to read the poem as a clue. Because I think so far this doesn't work. Like reading it as Robert Frost doesn't work. Yeah, one came in, oh, you mean, yeah, being able to find out information about a specimen without having to donate a new copy to Blatters? Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, because I have also found myself missing that specific feature. So, yeah, let's see what we have here. I feel like we've pursued 2 dead ends so far. We know it's not going to be uh, punching in Robert Frost as a name. We know that it's not going to be trying to read an XY grid. We haven't tried reading an XY position on the poem itself. So let's say, for instance, we took the text of the poem, this will require me to go back to notes. And let's say we applied the coordinate system that we got from the main room. So the coordinate system got for the X and Y positions. Okay, so we're going to apply main room coordinates to poem. So here's what we get. We would only get 6 letters though, and 6 letters doesn't give me anything useful. I don't think. Unless we decided to translate them back into the alphabetic code rather, but even if we translated it back to the alphabetic code, we actually lose information here, I think, because 6 letters just gives us 6 columns of 3, which gives us 18 blocks total. And so 18 blocks total would only give me 3 digits to work with at most. And so this would fail to generate a 6-digit code. But let's apply it anyway. So for example, let's say we took coordinate 6, 5. Oh, you know what? Maybe we should be using the big numbers, the ones that were not reduced. So it would be 9, 4, say. Well, let's try both ways, actually. Not reduced. So 9, 4. What do we... We had 12, 6, 15, 1, 11, 4. That's going to be XY positions once again. Let's try to apply them to the poem. So for example, you have position 6, 5 would be like the 5th line. Oh, so that's why you have the Y position first. If you have the Y position first, you do the lines first. Character 6 is C. 3, 4. That'd be line 3, character 4 is space. Oh, no, line 3, yeah, character 4 is actually space. 6 and 6, although it might be, again, line 9, character 4. So take a look at that. Gotta shake my Switch out of the idle position so it doesn't go to sleep on me. What's it doing? Yeah, line 9. Character 4 is a... This might get us somewhere. Let's pursue the non-reduced numbers first, because that might be more promising. Line 12 and 6 is N. 5 and 3. Line 5 and 3 is Anna. 15, 1. Oh, line 15. We need line 15. Hang on. We're not that far yet in the poem. Let me paste that in. Give me 1 second here. Have to manage our worksheet. Okay, let's do it this way. Hide the browser. Got here. We have line 15, first character is T. 11 and 4. Line 11. And 4 is T. That does not seem useful. However, let's do it the other one. C, 6 and 6. Yeah, the thing is, if it actually looked like something sensible, then I would have some reason to believe I'm on the right track. Currently, I have no reason to believe I'm on the right track. 3, 1. Oh, you know what? I'm totally mixing this up. I forgot that I'm reading them in X and Y positions. I completely messed this up. I messed up my X and Y. Okay. We have to redo this. Yeah, no. I was reading them in Y and X position rather than X and Y. And I was careful about this with the first character too, which was C, because we had line 6. No, sorry, we had line 5, character 6, which is C. And we had line 4, character 3, which is L. Much better. 6 and 6 should be the same. It's going to be 1, 2, 6. L. And we'll do it with the long one as well. Line 3, character 5 is N. 3 and 1 is line 1, character 3 is B. Line 4, character 5 is space, right? No. Is V. Let's try it with this. This is probably more sensible. Line 4, character 9. 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So line 6, character 12. Oh, that's a problem. That's the dash. Line 3, character 5. O. This is, of course, including spaces. Line 1, character 15. Second. That's P. 11 and 4. Sorry, that's line 4, character 11, right? It's a space. That actually does say something. It says co-op. Don't tell me there's a multiplayer gate on this thing. Don't tell me there's a multiplayer gate on this thing. That is actually something comprehensible. It says co-op. Space. If there's a multiplayer gate on this thing, wait. How is this going to work? Let's get back to the level. Okay, so we know. Is there a multiplayer detector then? How would that even work? Like, it would be a multiplayer detector that... I don't really know anything about multiplayer detectors. That's the thing. But maybe it's something that instantly spawns a key. Who knows? This seems improbable. But the fact that it says co-op really makes me wonder, because that's a surprisingly comprehensible solution. Like, that's something that actually makes sense, and indeed makes use of the dash. So either that's a miraculous coincidence, or I do in fact have to enter this level with a second player. I mean, I could just pull my Joy-Cons out and try to pull in a second character. 1 second. This is a slightly crazy idea to the point that I actually want to re-inspect what I'm doing to confirm that this is actually correct. But it's too tantalizing not to try. So give me a moment here. I'm going to try to play this co-op and see if there's something like a multiplayer detector. Okay, I've got to figure out how I'll do this. I got to pull Joy-Cons out and try to get a second controller linked up. So just give me a second here. Okay, I'm connected. Let's see if it works. And we're about to find out. Okay, so we got 2 characters. And 1 person going through is enough to drag them both through. What? What? Okay, that is neat. That is neat. Did you just see that? Okay, okay, that's impressive. That's impressive. Okay, we've made progress here. Let's go back and look at that screenshot. Now, we know that we can proceed no further. Let me just try this once more. Just drag him through. Yeah, kills Luigi. That's his job. Count for new YX. So we need to take a look at this numerical clue. The P switch was activated, so it changed to P block state, but... Okay. I mean, I'm glad that these systems actually have things like Joy-Cons that allow you to do that. 1K Man, if you want to clip it, you can always go back to the VOD and clip it afterwards. I might even just clip it, to be honest, if nobody has done it already. Okay, that was a crazy solution. Absolutely crazy solution, but we managed to get it. Like, that's correct. I better mark it down in my notes as correct. That the thing that we needed to do, we put my notes, is read this as co-op, which leads us to the clue, count for new YX, which gives me something that should be a 4-digit number. Yeah, the thing is, 1K Man, I've seen multiplayer detectors used before to make co-op levels playable as single player. I've never seen them used as a puzzle clue, ever. As in something that a single player is supposed to do in order to progress through a single player level. I've never seen that. So these continue to surprise me. I mean, occasionally, you know, with puzzle levels like this, even when they kind of break the fourth wall and get you to consult things like, you know, playing a different level and trying to interact between multiple levels, as we saw with last week's, I believe. Like, some of that stuff, I've seen that trickery before done by some other makers. I've never seen the co-op detection functionality being used as a single player clue. I've definitely never seen that. So yeah, no, that was a fantastic moment. Absolutely fantastic moment. And I was worried about the clue too, in terms of whether I was parsing it correctly, simply because as soon as I ran into the dash in the poem after the CO, I was thinking, oh, there's a dash here. There's no way that this can give me anything because the dash is not part of the alphabet code. And yeah, I'm glad I actually pursued that all the way and tried it instead of just writing it off as improbable. But anyway, we need to look at this and look at this in relation to the number code and get it down. So let's stop gawking in this and actually progress. I also need to put my Joy-Cons away. I'm picking up the wrong controller here. Get back into my one-player controller. And what do we have here? We have blue brick donut. Let's magnify this. Enhance. We have blue brick donut. Do we see that anywhere? Or are we stuck once again? We need to count. Count. Oh, wait, no. You see how... No, we're not looking for the digit code here. I'm not looking for a 4-digit code from the 12 numbers. What I'm doing is I want to count the number of tiles of that type total. Yeah. Okay, so let's go back to the count thing. Because we see there's nothing that matches up to blue brick donut, but you see that you see all 12 types here. By seeing all 12 types, what we can do is we can count up the number of them that appear in the main panel. And so 12 numbers gives us 6 coordinates, which gives us 6 types. This seems like a very intricate thing to put together in terms of having a panel, like a 6x6 panel that would yield all of this data without having any false solutions without having any red herrings. Like it's the kind of thing that requires a sort of correctness proof in a way. Like if you were trying to do a proper quality check on it and make sure that there is only one valid puzzle solution. Like it must be quite difficult to constrain the 6x6 grid in such a way that at each step it's only producing one valid solution. But anyway, let's count this. And let's go in order. That's going to be blue, brick, donut, question, ice. And all that time you were watching me draw Robert Frost. Jump, white, hard, jump, beige or tan, I guess. Eighth note. Eighth note. Let's say spike, red, E. And we're going to count each of them. Okay, still easier than the lock mechanism in level 4. I don't remember having that much trouble with the... Oh, you mean for building? Yeah, for building the multiple code entries, that seems like an absolute nightmare to test. Particularly because you can't have... Like, I've seen code levels like that before, where there are, in fact, incorrect solutions that are valid simply because there's no way that the maker themselves could possibly test all of the combinations exhaustively the way you could if you were building something programmatically. In that you may have missed a spot. You may have missed one particular combination that miraculously works, depending on how you built it, and depending on what kind of edge case interactions you permitted. And if in the process of building a key lock mechanism with multiple solutions like that, you had some additional solutions generated, there's only so much you can prove as opposed to assuming that they're not going to work, right? But you're 99% sure that lock has no false positives. Yeah, I mean, depending on the way you built it and the way that the objects are allowed to travel, then probably have much more certainty about that than I would be able to know from my information. But anyway, let's stop staring at that screen and... Oh, let's stare at... Not Robert Frost, at this guy. And let's count them up. So, blue, 3. Let me change some of my tab widths, actually. To get everything lined up. Okay, blue, 2 bricks, 3 donuts, 5 question, 5 ice, 1 cloud, 2 quarter note jump blocks, 2 hard blocks, 1 eighth note block, 2 spikes, 3 red blocks, 6 P blocks, and a partridge in a pear tree. So, reading these new coordinates as XY, to avoid confusion, we get 2, 3, we get 5, 3, we get 1, 5, 2, 2, 2, 1, 6, 3. So yeah, anyway, you were saying about the tech earlier, using progressive giant mushrooms hitting a note block to reroute a bomb. I don't think I'd seen that kind of multiplayer lock before, but again, I don't know much about co-op detection tech. It's something that I don't see often simply because I literally never play multiplayer. And so, to the extent that I've seen multiplayer gating, I've only seen them usually when playing co-op levels from the single player side. And I have seen some very nicely built levels that do accommodate both routes. But yeah, that's one major gap in my tech knowledge of this. So anyway, let's read this. It's going to be 2 and 3, which is And by the way, it's equally impressive that there were things I tried, like the Robert Frost thing, that actually rather quickly ran into the dead end. But 5 and 3 is going to be Spike. 1 and 5 is going to be Hard. 2 and 2 is going to be Donut. 2 and 1 is going to be Red. No. 2 and 1 is going to be P. 6 and 3 is going to be Ice. Okay, so we have a new code. That's going to be Spike Hard. Yeah, question Spike Hard, Donut P Ice. So let's do it. No, we're still in multiplayer. I gotta reset this. And do it in single. No, hang on. Okay, so it kicks me out when I disconnect. Here's Robert Frost once again. Let's go back to Course World. And let's go back to playing as single. It is such a striking resemblance. I mean, if you look once again at the balloon animal Robert Frost that's in Grim Fandango, the resemblance will be immediate. Okay. It's always so invigorating to play something like this and actually suddenly make a breakthrough. You realize that the world is suddenly your oyster. So let me bring up the notes again. We get question Spike Hard Donut P Ice. Question Spike Hard. That's only the top 3 that's matched there. Wait, Donut P Ice? Did I misread that? Because this one is correct except for 1. Maybe it was that one, and because that was entirely correct except for 1 that was different. Maybe I just totally misread that. Let me just make sure that it's not actually this one, because it's entirely possible that I just made a notation mistake. Question Spike Hard. And I read that as donut instead of blue lock. Let me just do a sanity check here. Make sure I actually counted things correctly. So donut is wrong. Donut is 2 and 2, and it's wrong. It would be wrong because I either miscounted hard blocks or miscounted jump blocks. Yeah, hard blocks are actually 3. Let's correct that. And so the coordinate here is actually supposed to be 3 and 2. Glad I picked up on that. See, these mistakes do happen. 3 and 2 is supposed to give me blue, and it does. Okay, we got it now. Yeah, 1K Man, you should definitely play through Grim Fandango. It's been a long time since I played it through, actually. It is a fantastic Halloween game because it also coincides with the Dia de los Muertos, the Day of the Dead, in Mexican folklore. And so if you sort of need an October Halloween game, that is a perfect choice. Particularly if you like puzzles. Although it's much more story-oriented rather than a lot of the puzzle point-and-clicks of that era. And originally it wasn't really even a point-and-click because it originally was played with tank controls in 3D. But they mapped a point-and-click system back to it. Anyway, let's get back to the level. Yeah. Okay, so anyway, we have this one. This should be correct. Ding dong. Let's screenshot this so we remember. Okay, we've got new territory. New territory. So we've got a new YX. New YX needs to be applied to a poem. Okay. Yes. That's fine, actually. Because we previously applied the old YX to the poem already, so the new YX, we kind of know what the method is, and indeed, these ones don't have any numbers that are over 6, so we don't even need to deal with the overflow as a potential source of conflict. And then we need to read something that gives us this. Okay. So let's do that. No, actually, let's check the door first. Let's see what we're in for. Ah, this looks like a code entry. Let me hide the notes first. And, yeah, one came in. That's because the achievement is for playing Grim Fandango with the original controls. But they patched in new mouse controls when they did the remaster as an alternate scheme because it was very heavily demanded. But it was a very experimental sort of game relative to its point-and-click predecessors back when it came out in the late 90s. In that it was kind of one of the first ventures into a 3D space with that. So we have a 3-digit code here that eventually needs to be punched in. And yeah, I would assume that punching into code, if it's correct or not, it would affect whether the on-off blocks stay alive, and therefore whether you can go through that door. So one thing I should do as a quick sanity check here. Last week we ran into a problem, a very big problem, where I just assumed that codes were digits that only went from 0 to 9, when one of them actually went up to 12. We're going to check how large these number spaces are. Okay, that goes up to 9. That goes up to 9. Hey, Solar Horse. That goes up to 9. Okay, so we know that there's no number 12 trick or something to deal with this time. That's obviously the wrong code, unless we have to dial 999. Yep, and that's probably going to be the pipe that finally spits us back to the front. Okay, great. Anyway, we have the clue that we need, which is we need to apply the new X and Y to the poem. So let's just do that. And we know that we only really need up to the first 6 lines, I think. Also, let's not get the X and Y mixed up this time. Because, of course, I have my own notation in X and Y. I can see why the clues in the level now give them to you in Y and X, because that's much more useful for reading the poem if you start with the line number first. Yeah, one came in. I do remember now that you're a big Resident Evil player. So we'll bring up notes once again. We will copy just the first 2 stanzas. Down here, not that we need numbers up to 8. Let's get rid of these numbers. They are wrong and extraneous. And then we'll just, yeah, get some of the noise out of the way. Also, giving the numbers as X, Y in the block is physically impossible. I'm thinking about how that would be physically impossible. Because wouldn't they just be invertible along a diagonal anyway? Like, you're reading everything horizontally. If you just wanted to invert the whole thing like across the diagonal going from top left to bottom right, wouldn't everything be functionally equivalent? Oh, because everything is so interconnected. Yeah, that's right, because it would spoil the other clues. Yeah, but it seems like everything could be diagonally reflected though, right? Like if you just flipped everything along the diagonal, then all the letter clues would be horizontal rather than vertical. All the numbers would be vertical rather than horizontal. I guess that would still mess up a lot of things with the coordinate system. And reading the blocks can't contain duplicates. Yeah, that's true. I mean, you've thought about this clearly a lot longer than I have in order to get it to work. It would be really interesting to dig into how some of the preparation went in actually making a working unique solution. But anyway, let's apply the new code to the reading of the characters to see what we get. Yeah, YX is actually, as I said, a bit more navigable for the poem anyway, though. Okay. So I better keep track of what's going on here. New X, Y, poem, and we're going to eventually look for something to do with the trampoline and 6-digit code. Why would this translate to a 6-digit code? Because each of these coordinates is going to give me one letter. Each letter is going to give me one vertical set of 3. So maybe I need to stack them together. We'll see how this goes. Yeah, because I would have 6 letters to work with. 6 letters to work with gives me 18 cells, which does not give me 6 blocks as an output, but we'll think about it when we get there. It could be another meta clue like the co-op thing. So line 3, character 2 is going to be N. Better demarcate some of this stuff. And line 3, character 2 is going to be N. Line 3, character 5 is going to be O. Line 5, character 1 is going to be T. Line 2, character 3 is going to be space. Line 1, character 2 is going to be O. Oh, it's probably going to say not on, and I have to hit the on-off switch, don't I? 6, 3, or yeah, line 3, character 6 is going to be on. So not on. So we hit the switch to off. But then what happens when we hit the switch to off is we kind of know one thing that is going on here, which is that when we entered this as co-op, the co-op detector set this thing to off, and that's what created the screen scroll when Luigi got nuked. So why don't we set the switch to off? I feel like we need to read that clue again, because it was telling me something about reading the poem, which gives me the clue not on. And then we need to somehow have that translate into the 3-digit switch. Oh, 3-digit. Yeah, okay, no, we're fine actually. 3 digits. Read something. Yeah, we need to switch the on-off. Probably. Before we go through this door. We only need a 3-digit code, so it's okay that we have 6 letters, right? Or let me wrap this. Let me wrap my head around this. That we need 3 digits that range between 0 and 9 at the end of this. So there's going to be some kind of reduction that happens. Some kind of reduction has already happened by giving us 6 XY pairs not on. We can also spell out not on using the alphabetic code and see if that gives us anything useful. Because that would give us 18 blocks. That would still give us 6 numbers. No, not 3 numbers. And we need 3 numbers somehow. Well, let's follow the instruction first. And so we applied to new YX to the poem. We've done that. It tells us not on. We read. And then we go through something. Okay, so why don't we toggle the switch and see what happens. So let's go back to... I mean, we won't really have time to do much of this, but... let's go back to this guy. Okay. So we have the alphabetical code. We have enough information to write not on as a series of columns if we wanted to, so that's something we should keep in mind if we ever want to do that. I'm just trying to think about how that would work, though. Oh, yeah, we want to hit the switch here. We'll have to do this over again. We only have 50 seconds to work with. Yeah, we've done all that. That was what gave us the co-op clue. And then we can do the thing that I talked about at the beginning of the level, which is wrap around. We can probably just do an incorrect solution. Oh, okay, no, but it toggles the on-off switch again such that we can't actually block our own progress by coming through here. Like, I can't just go back to start. You can see, yeah, everything's back in an on state. So we need to take an off state with us into the second code room, I think. That's what I'm guessing. Or we can somehow take an off state through here. No, this is what spits us out after the combination lock room. So let's follow the not on instruction once more and switch off. Yeah, this is one order that we haven't tried yet, is to come through here with the on-off switch, okay. We'll toggle on-off and then we'll do the correct code for the other side. And that might affect something. We haven't quite determined that yet. Okay, so let's go back through here. And let's find the clue that I wanted, which was once again... what was it? Yeah, question spike hard blue pea ice. I believe that was correct. Let me just check that once more. Question spike hard blue pea ice, that's right. Okay. We're going to come through here with the off state. And then we'll come through here. We still don't have the 3-digit code though, so that doesn't help. Because if we don't have the 3-digit code, I think it's probably just going to continue dropping us through anyway. Right? Like, that's how it should work. So we need some way to generate 3 digits. The only lead that we have right now is the text not on. I think that's the only lead we have. Unless... Well, let's see here. What are the possibilities for generating 3 numbers? That's the question we should ask ourselves at this point. Because to generate 3 numbers, you would need something like a 3x3. Oh, the other thing that we didn't really read was the clue that tells us this is a row of question blocks here. It's interesting that it's a row of question blocks rather than P blocks, unlike what was the case with the previous clue. So how would we go about generating 3 numbers? Yeah, we read not on. We came through the gate. I think we just need to, first of all, try this. I think it's just going to drop me through since we haven't entered the correct code. Yeah, it's just going to let me through, I think. And we've been through here with the off state before. That's just going to reset. Read top to bottom. You see this thing here? This first image in the opening is something that would give us 3 numbers. It is actually quite specifically something that would give us 3 numbers if we understand how to use the question blocks. So if we can find some way to create 9 cells, then we might be onto something. Not on. Okay, we've opened up both sides here. Let's toggle the switch once more. And then we can try to enter the alphabetic code with not space on and see if that gives us anything useful, maybe. I don't know if it will, but let's just inspect the alphabet briefly. I might have to use the Robert Frost file for this. N is kind of interesting in that this is going to give you maybe 2 new columns of 6. I'm not sure. Unless it's going to give you 6 columns of 3. I feel like I have to punch it in just so you understand. So we'll just put up the notes. And hey, Mike Universe, you're doing well. So we got not on here. Not on is if we decided to spell it like not on. And guess what? I could not possibly guess. Good news, bad news? You finally finished your Super World. Oh, wonderful. Okay. We will be sure to give that a look at some point. I don't think I'll be able to schedule that in today simply because we are taking very long with the escape room, but I'll see. I mean, obviously this would be a natural place to put it on one of the future weekend streams. Or, of course, you could submit through viewer levels and we can get through it piece by piece. So,
N gonna be brick, cloud, spike. Worked 5 months on it. Impressive. E donut question. The T is gonna be red. Hard block and P. Yeah. I don't know that feeding this back in is going to do anything for me whatsoever. Space is going to be what? Question. Blue. Jump. And then we already have O and N, so that's E donut question. And then we'll have brick, cloud, spike. Yeah, Solar Horse, I definitely marked yours out too. I don't know if I'll have time for that today. I was hoping to get to it as soon as I have a stream that actually has room for it. But given that we still have this escape room plus one more from Tempest Funk that will probably be next week, I don't know if I'll be able to do that this week or next week. But if I finish this one fairly quickly, we might be able to fit that in, because I definitely had sort of scouted it out as something that I want to reserve a weekend stream for. So we'll see. It's just that today I can't guarantee anything because I don't know how long I will take to solve the rest. But yeah, I mean, you know, this is typically what I use this spot for, other than gigantic puzzles, is to go through super worlds. And we have some dangling unfinished from previous weeks as well. Okay, I think we might need to punch this in the editor to look at it properly. Let's go back to Robert Frost. Although I have a couple 100 seconds here that are still usable, so maybe we can try to first of all see, before we go into the editor, whether there are any interesting matches with the numerical code. So for example, if we have something like brick P red, does that give us anything whatsoever? If it doesn't give us anything whatsoever, then we know that this is going to be a dead end. Yeah, I think it is a dead end. I don't think I see, whoops, brick and P block in red anywhere, so. Okay, that's not going to be it. So we need some other way to generate 3 digits. Okay, what do we got? Yeah, we got that. We managed to come through here. We understand new YX applying to the poem. That's what told us not on. This has 3 tracks. Probably associated with the 3-digit code that we need to enter. We need to read pointing an arrow to this. That I don't know about. It could be that we need to take the codes that we have so far and translate the columns into the alphabet code. So for example, if we have the column, see if I can find a column. Yeah, we have the solution. I need to actually mark my correct solutions here so I can find them easily. If we have this solution, for instance, does question spike hard have any correlation to the alphabet code? In fact, we have screenshots of our correct codes here. Here's correct code 1. Here's correct code 2. And that's, of course, to the column that is to the right of where Mario is standing. So, for example, if we have question spike hard block, does that give us anything whatsoever in the alphabet code? Question spike hard block, no. It is nowhere to be seen, I think. Yes, it is. Question spark hard block, that is Q. Okay, that's Q. And then blue P ice. Blue P ice is also there. That is what, GHI, QI. This might be interesting. So for example, let's say we go down to our notes and say we take the solution stacks to the alphabet. First solution goes to something, second solution goes to QI. First solution was what? It was jump cloud P. Okay, maybe that doesn't give us anything after all, and this is just a marvelous coincidence. What's the second half of there? Second half is spike, question, and brick. Spike, question, and brick? Really? No. Yeah, okay. Okay, never mind. This is not actually anything then. Sort of a happy coincidence with the second one. So that's probably not it. So how else do we generate 3 digits? Using what we know so far. Read trampoline stack of question blocks. Well, I mean, we applied this to the poem. It says not on. Where are these 3 digits coming from? They might be coming from, once again, some kind of count. Yeah, not clear to me at this point. I think we have a new sticking point here. Where are we supposed to fetch that code? The other place that we saw question blocks was, of course, in the introductory room. We know that the incorrect code entry spits you back into the introductory room, which might be important because it is telling me to read some kind of 3x3 stack top to bottom. If we read a 3x3 stack top to bottom, then that is something that could give us 3 numbers. But we don't have any way to generate a 3x3 stack. Unless this is implying that there's some kind of transformation that we can do in order to create some kind of 3x3 grid. I don't know. We have a new YX. We applied it to the poem. It said not on. Once it was not on, we have to read. Maybe once the state is set to off, there is something that is a visible message with the configuration of the blocks that remain. Let's do this again. We also don't know if there is something that becomes visible if we back here and yeah, let's do the state switch and inspect this again quite carefully to see what the state switch actually does for us in terms of readability. Okay. We come back here, we hit the on-off. We'll unlock the other door just to get it open. Yeah, this isn't actually going to change any of the information that's available. Unless we're supposed to think of the red and blue as having swapped, although... yeah, I don't know if that's going to really affect anything critical. Let's look for the correct solution column once again. I believe it's this one. Maybe we need to look for something that is just about identical except that it has a red block. I don't know if that makes sense. So, for example, question spike hard... wait a minute. Correct solution here was question spike hard blue pea ice. Here you have question spike hard red cloud donut. That's quite close to what we're looking at, isn't it? But close is not good enough. Here we have a similar configuration. We have the same kinds of blocks, except they are in a different order. Like, we have the right types of blocks. In that we have exactly the same kind of stuff, except with the off states changed. But everything has been order dependent so far, and so that would seem to be a bit of a weird spot to break the trend. Let's break this open anyway. New YX. We applied it to poem, we've done that. We need to read something new. I'm gonna check the thing that I was curious about. I mean, I have my doubts that it's the one all the way at the end simply because it's the kind of thing that would be very susceptible to brute forcing by somebody who just wanted to guess right to left. But, so for example, let's go all the way over to this guy. We have, so far, yeah, question, spike, hard. We don't have ice here. Can we have something like that with red pea and ice? Yeah, that's not it. Maybe on the other side. Be something very similar. So here's something. We have question block, spike, hard block. No P though. And once again, you know, I feel like the order is something that should matter. We can check the other side. See if there's any kind of blue-red inversion that would be part of the solution here. And yeah, I'm looking for something that's kind of equivalent except with the red and blue states having been changed. And I think that's not the right idea. Okay. So we've got a new sticking point. We have not on as the clue. We can go back to the main room and see if there's anything different that we should be taking note of. I mean, everything is the same except for the state switch. It's just that we're thinking about whether the state switch would give us any additional information. Like, we toggle the on-off switch. Is there any way that that gives us information? It's the thing that I'm missing right now. So we have not on. Okay, we have new Y and X. We applied it to the poem. We have 3 bars here, which I visually associate with the 3-digit code. And then we want to read stack. Read the stack. I mean, one way of creating 3 numbers let me think about this, because I was thinking one way of creating 3 numbers would be to maybe mash the codes together, except that gives us 12 tiles, and we want, for 3 numbers, we want 9 tiles. So we applied this to the poem. We read not on. We came back through here with the off state. Maybe I should be looking for something different. Read, pointing to trampoline. Yeah, I feel like this is the crucial step that we're not understanding. Read, trampoline. Hey, Red. Red 201, doing well. So yeah, we need a door code, and that's one possibility. The other thing is that we're missing the key, and so it's always possible that we are looking for one of these codes that will actually pop open the key. And if that's the case, then maybe I don't need to be looking for the 3-digit code first. I feel like the 3-digit code is the natural thing we should be looking for, though, and that we actually have a very specific reason to expect that as part of the current sticking point in the solution. So yeah, all of the counts remain the same, the shapes are essentially the same. The only thing that is different is that this is blocked off, but we know why that's blocked off. It's blocked off because we know now that is the co-op gate. So Red 201, this is an escape room. It's an escape room that's based on decoding information using alphabetical and numerical codes. So what happens is that you see a centerpiece of this 6x6 image here, and there are a few ways to decipher that. And as you progress through the level, you see that there are ways to decipher that as a number system. One that kind of decodes the image into giving you 6-digit passcodes that you punch into columns like this. We've solved 2 passcodes so far, one for each side of the level. And then there are also alphabetical equivalents to each of the columns of 3. When you see the alphabetical equivalents, they give you a text-based clue, which in our case pointed us to a poem. It was, let's see, pull it up. This poem here by Robert Frost. And we used some of the numerical clues to look for specific locations of characters in the poem, which gave us clues for what to do next, including at one point entering the level in co-op mode, which was a rather marvelous bit of progression. So that's what we have been up to for the last little while. Or over the past 2 hours, actually. How is that a Mario level? Well, it is a very Mario level. And actually, some very interesting things going on in the background when it comes to the Mario mechanics. So. I mean, not the kind you're ever going to see from Nintendo, but we've been playing a lot of these recently. And yeah, it's very cryptographic. However, we are currently stuck at one very specific clue, which is I don't know what to do once I'm past reading the poem with the clue that tells you to switch to not on. I assume that I'm reading not on correctly, that when I read not on, it's telling me to change the switch to the off state before I proceed. But then the next step after that is unclear to me. Where were we? Ah, yes, just with it. So yeah, it took some time to puzzle some of this out. And yeah, thank you, Tempest Funk, once again for offering a hint. I may need to on this step soon. I may need to just ask you a question as is the usual procedure. Like, it seems like I've got not on correctly. And we've been doing surprisingly well without hints so far. I definitely had some moments where, you know, I had to make you sit through me completely misunderstanding what to do with the poetry clue for quite a while. But I think in the end it was worth it to figure that out. It was well worth it. Okay, so this was the other spot, right? Yeah. So yeah, let me just get everything unlocked so far so we can, you know, run around and think while we walk. Completely fine with not giving hints, just want to make sure, yeah, you know, for playtesting purposes, you probably want to see what people have trouble with anyway. I mean, at least this time it's not something like counting to the number 12, which was a surprising block last time. I don't know if this is one of those instances again where, you know, I'm having trouble with something that a lot of people did not have trouble with. And yeah, Red 201, there's a whole series of these. This is level 3 out of 5. We have previously played number 1, 2, and 4. And each of them have something quite different to show you in terms of the kind of clues it presents and the kind of solutions that it leads you to. So we read the characters not on in the poem. What is the read clue? Read the stack. Read which stack? We read the stack that gave me... Like, we know that the entry into this particular room, the entry code spells out the letters QI. I'm pretty sure they did anyway. Let's take a look at that once again. So, yeah, I was Blue Pea Ice. Q was question spike hard, and so yeah, that's correct. I mean, you can read that as QI. Just not really sure what that does. And whether it is a coincidence. I mean, it's one of those things where if the other code earlier had also mapped to something in the alphabet, then I would be much more convinced that something was going on. But since it doesn't map, I don't actually know what's happening. I mean, ultimately we want some kind of number code. I would assume that we want 3 numbers that are between 0 and 9, which would mean that they would have to appear on this page. It wouldn't be anything on this page unless there is a wraparound. We don't have any clues indicating a wraparound when it comes to the POW block code entry page. So I guess I should look at this and see if there's any way that we can construct something like a 3x3 using the information that we have available. And I don't see a way to do that. So yeah, I may have to ask you a question in just a moment. Read this. I guess my question is, do I currently have enough information to know the 3-digit door code? The 3-digit POW code, rather. Like, is that something I'm able to derive with the information that I already have? I mean, given the progression of the level, I'm assuming the answer is yes. Yeah, I have all the information I need. Okay. So I have not on. I have read the stack. And yeah, I may have to ask you something else about that, but because we have the new X and Y positioning, we have applied the X and Y positioning to the poem as well as to the original stack, haven't we? Yeah, because applying it to the original stack gave me the information I need to get through the second code. So if I have all the information I need to get the 3 numbers, let's figure out where those are going to come from. Because I'm sort of thinking about all of the dangling clues that we have so far and thinking about, okay, is there a way to get 3 numbers? So maybe the POW is some kind of count. But then they would have to be something that's associated with 3 different countable objects, I guess. Per digit, unless it's just a different big fat number of some sort. Unless we just need to add up some kind of giant total. So for example, you know, we would look at all of the code columns and just count up a total number of red blocks or count up a total number of blue blocks. So for example, if we just count up the total number of blue blocks in the level, maybe that gives me something. And gives me something up to 3 digits. Who knows? Although one of those digits could be 0. Several of those digits could in fact be 0. Yeah, because if it's pointing to question, 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 maybe I need to count the whole thing. Let's just count the number of blue blocks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I lost count. Hang on. I had 12 on the other screen. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 27. Let's just punch in a number 27, see what happens. 027. Whoops. And yeah, we only want them in the vertical columns, so... Because the way the code is set, the initial on-off state that we use when we hit the switch doesn't matter when it comes to this code entry. Because no matter what happens, the code entry is always going to determine whether we end up with the red blocks on or off. So let's go 0, 2, 7. Now that leaves the red blocks off, so I think it's incorrect. Yeah. Okay. And that switches everything back. Huh. Not on. I mean, we can try to count with the red blocks, but as a 3-digit code, I'm guessing that might not be the answer. And that also just completely does not interact with the fact that we're toggling the switch in advance. So far, I'm thinking about the on-off switch and our access to it, and thinking that if it does not impact the code room, the only thing that it does impact is the state that we have going into the locked door. That we can potentially go to the key door with an off state, except, you know, we keep running into reset things here and there, and so I have all the information I need, really. Well, we know that it has something to do with the columns not on. Okay, here's a question then. Here's a question. The 3-digit number that is the entry code, is it some kind of count? Like, is it some kind of total? Because, it's not a count. Okay. Okay. So I actually am looking for 3 separate digits. Yeah, that's what I was thinking initially, and so I should go back to thinking about what I can do to generate 3 numbers and why the arrow after the read is pointing to a column. It's pointing to a column. It's also pointing specifically to the 4th location. It's also pointing to question blocks. A row of question blocks, or a column of question blocks, rather. Okay, so we know this guy is it. We have the clue for not on, which I still haven't figured out how to use in any meaningful way. Could be something that we haven't consulted about the poem, except I've consulted it using the coordinates already. I don't know if there's a set of coordinates that is correct, but which we have not actually used. I'm going to have to think about this. Yeah, because the main code, we've applied that. The second code, we've also applied that. Yeah, read trampoline. Oh yeah, that's kind of pointing to the middle. Read something to do with the stack. Well, there was the QI. Like, if we were supposed to read the stack, that seems to be the thing that is most immediately present, except I don't know from that point on how to take these 6 blocks and convert them into 3 numbers or 9 blocks. Okay, so I guess the next thing then is this. So if I'm reading top 3 as Q, bottom 3 as I, that seems totally irrelevant though. Like, I don't see any way that that could be applied. I mean, I can see plenty of ways that could be applied in Scrabble, but certainly not in Mario Maker. Let's think about that. Not on is the clue that we have. Not on what? Well, we have the switch toggle. It's in the other room. Yeah, let me just go back here. See if there's some kind of information that we is missing. Yeah, this doesn't seem to translate to anything. Or that would have been very revealing. Go back here, see if there's something we're missing. We have the ABC code once again. We have this. And I have the information I need. Yeah, it seems like I've been stuck on this particular one for a while. 3 digits. Do the 3 digits have anything to do with the 6x6 entry image? Or are they something that's completely unrelated? I didn't think they had anything to do with the entry image because of the way that the read clue was pointing to the columns. And yeah, there's enough repetition in each of these columns except for the 4th one is the only one that doesn't have any kind of redundancy. Because all of the other ones... no, the 4th one and the 6th one don't have any kind of redundancy. All the other ones are columns that are not going to match up to any of the keys. And you said not directly related anyway, okay. Yeah, you can expand on the information question. Oh, you mean in terms of do I have the information I need to have 3 digits? Yeah, you can expand. If you think it's going to assist. Like, I'm not feeling terribly impatient about this or anything. It's more that, like, I am thinking about the dangling loose ends that I have. And I don't know how to transform any of those loose ends into 3 digits. Because I have all the information I need within my screenshots. Oh, interesting. Well, we have to count. And we have to count that gives us the X and Y. We have the codes. The codes. I mean, I only had the codes here just to signify what correct entries were for my personal reference and memory. Not on. It could be the numbers that It could be the numbers that range from 1 to 9 that have blue blocks, but then wonder if the order would matter because there would be 1, 6, and 8. Because those are the blue blocks here. Like you only see the blue with 1, 6, and 8, and that's all that is within range of 0 to 9. Hey, Electric Dude, yeah, good luck with your deadline. Thanks for dropping by. We were doing fine for a while. We made a huge breakthrough earlier after spinning my wheels with a couple of incorrect solutions that were leading me down the wrong path. The current thing I've been stuck on for some time. The limitation of the number range from 0 to 9, though, is something that's not really explicitly signified until I test for it, and so I'm kind of skeptical that that would be the right thing to do. I'm also skeptical of the idea that not on refers only to the blue blocks, because it could also easily apply to numbers that are not currently in use. Although most numbers here are in use. And moreover, if we have the answer being 1, 6, and 8, there's nothing to necessarily enforce that order. And I have all the information I need, really. Well, I have the alphabet code. Once again, not on, as you were saying, is not a count. I mean, it probably has something to do with the number key, because that's the only thing directly involving numbers that could be going on. Let's just try 168. I don't know, I'm kind of skeptical of that one. That's not something that I feel is actually signaled, or would be something that I would be able to determine without you having told me to. I could get away with checking just the screenshots, and so I highly doubt that this will be it. I really don't think so. But 1, 6, 168. Nope. Nope, because I think when you punch in the correct code, it will directly retain the bottom layer as being a red block in the on state. I have the information I need in the screenshots. Number. When I find the answer, I'll know. Well, yeah, probably. Oh, yeah, you mean as in it's something that will look like the right answer when I come up with it. Yeah, that is a fairly important distinction. I mean, once again, we do have the alphabet for not on, except that once again gives me 6 sets of 3. And I don't want 6 sets of 3. It could also just be the letters ON that have some kind of negation to them. Like if it's not on, I'm thinking about it as the on-off switch. It could also just be something manipulating the letters ON for a column of 6. I guess The question I should ask is, so I'm correct in thinking that the next interaction that we will be doing with the level is punching in the 3-digit code, right? Like that's the next step is the code entry. Is that something that is a good assumption? Because I don't see what the next step could be unless there is something. Yeah, okay, the next step is the code. Okay. Yeah, no, just making sure that it's not something. I mean, you know, given the level design that you do, I was not expecting that it was something like an invisible key through one of the other passcode entries or something. But if the next step is the 3-digit code, then we're probably fine. Can you give a small one-word hint? Well, it's a small word after all. It's a small word. Yeah, you might as well go ahead if you think that it's not going to. I'll trust your judgment to not overly spoil anything. Because mistake, okay. Maybe I made some kind of transcription mistake. Maybe I did make a transcription mistake. That seems to be sometimes something that does lead me down a bit of a blind path. Think about this. Well, let's back up to the poem to make sure. Like the clue not on in terms of pointing to the on-off switch is sensible enough that I feel like that's probably not where the error is lying. Let me just do a very quick check just to make sure. Yeah, line 3, number 2, N. Line 3, number 5 is O. Line 5, number 1 is T. Line 2, number 3 is space. Line 1, number 2 is O. Line number 3, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is N. Okay, so that's correct. Maybe there was a mistake with a Q. Ah, it's not a Q, is it? It's a. Yeah, that's it. Code is 314. Okay, so I had the right idea. Oh, whoops, I don't want to go here. Hang on. I need to start over anyway. Yeah. Why did I think that was a Q? Oh, yeah, I was just reading the wrong column. I think I was counting from the right and forgetting that the rightmost thing was an R. Rather than something like an S. I don't know, I just completely miscounted. But yeah, we found a mistake. That's like that kind of bug in a solution is always the hardest thing to detect because you don't know if it's actually the thinking that's gone wrong or the transcription that has gone wrong. And it was the same thing last time too, except it didn't make too much of an impact when I had the misread of the alphabetic code last time. Anyway, no wonder we were spinning our wheels there for ages. Like, you know, as soon as I see that that's a P rather than a Q, then that's 100% obvious. And that's, as you said, something that as soon as I see it, it will be clear. So, where is the thing I wanted? This way. Normally when I make a mistake, I error correct pretty consistently. Yeah, and that's fair. It's fair. I think the fact that the first code of 6 didn't give me any readable alphabetical characters threw me off the trail a little bit. and that was the issue. I even went back to the alphabet to confirm at one point and still said QI. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Oh, except I need to come here with the off switch. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, no, I know it. Yeah, that's the problem, is that when I think I have done the error correction already, then I don't go back to correct it some more, and sometimes I close off the correct path much too prematurely, instead of truly checking. And there have been a number of mistakes throughout the run, like, you know, execution-wise, in terms of mixing up the X and Y coordinates and so on. There have been a couple of things like that, because it is a lot of information to keep track of at once. But anyway, when I'm spinning my wheels like that, it's your bedtime that we're damaging more than anything, so if you're okay with it. Hard part of doing these puzzles solo? Yeah, I guess if you don't have people doing so much of an error correction. I am told by a lot of people who design escape rooms like these that they are kind of directed at playing with a chat. But it's kind of satisfying, I think, to see that they are solvable solo, that it is something that a resourceful player is able to navigate without spoilers. Except for, you know, you punched in the wrong letter. That cut a spoiler. Which I don't really consider a spoiler, that's more of just a, you know, sanity check. Okay, so we came in here with that toggled ahead of time. And that's not going to give me anything? Oh, there we go. There's the bomb. Yeah. And then, what is this? Congrats. Oh, hey, that was almost it. We see you. And then we have the symbol that we remember from so many of these. Kind of interesting to see the plot develop as well, having played number 4 first. But anyway, that is a victory. So this leads into the 4th with the story. Yes, that's right. And yeah, I mean, obviously I did return to the 4th to play the revised edition afterwards. It was the same solution punched in, but I paid a little bit more attention to the VK page, as I think I had told you on the Discord. And so yeah, really looking forward to the Culmination Crisis. I think when I do this one, I may in fact recap the plot of 4 or something. I will probably do this next week. I say probably because I am in the middle of a bit of a move, and so it will kind of depend on how well set up I am to stream this time next week. Also because I'll be scheduling this around 3D Mario, but I do plan to do, if I'm streaming at all, I do plan to do Mario Maker in the same session and to do very much the same kind of material. So yeah, next one is going to be Impossible Escape Room for the Initiated Only. It all ends here. HC Phi. And I kind of expect at this point that it is going to be a review or summary or recap of a lot of the different types of clues we've seen. Hope this one will surprise me too. Oh, I'm sure it will. Yeah, but I have to say, like, the co-op moment was a great moment. It's very interesting because this one probably requires the fewest external media clues out of anything. Like, the only thing I really had to pull up was the text of the poem. In that, a lot of the trouble I had with the previous ones tended to be trouble of the more sensory sort, in terms of being able to parse an image or a clue that was embedded in audio, etc. And also just setting up to do that on stream. But this was very much pure decryption in a way. It's kind of interesting that you did describe it as the hardest one, because it's also one that is most internal to itself, I guess, in that the only real relevant outside source is the poem. And it's the one that you're most nervous about people playing. That's interesting. I think players have quite different strengths, though. I mean, I could definitely tell. I haven't seen other people play these. I haven't watched any streams, but I could tell, you know, when playing the previous ones and having people interact with the chat, that certainly some people have much greater strengths in the observational side. Whereas I find that putting the quantitative stuff together in terms of the pattern reading to be fairly straightforward. Like, I can do the decryption, and most often when I'm stuck, it is because of something that is just a very clear error of understanding rather than an error of systems interpretation. So yeah, in your mind you have a little star graph for different players, yeah, in terms of their strengths along the different axes and so on. And thank you very much for the host, NBF. Yeah, perception, logic, error correction, recollection, creativity. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. I sort of like that scheme. That's the sort of thing that would make for an interesting visual study of puzzle psychology, like something to prepare for YouTube, perhaps, if I eventually want to do something like that. I kind of have a graph like that for different types of difficulty as well. A mental graph, not something I've drawn up, but in terms of, you know, people's strengths in Mario levels generally, in terms of the balance between execution and figuring things out. So once again, thank you very much for that, Tempest Funk. That is going to be pretty much an end to that one. So yeah, we'll be moving on to something else in the programming. This didn't take me too much longer than the other ones. I mean, it was within range of how I was doing for... Okay, it was about 3 hours. It was within range of how I was doing with number 2. But there were a few very specific things that were source of the holdup there. Okay, so the program will continue. I do need a break for a minute just to get another round of water and some other things, and so I will be right back. But first I'll answer your question. Out of the 4 I've played, do I have a favorite so far? Difficult to say. I really enjoyed this one. I think partly because of the elegance of the 6x6 box being a clue to itself, and partly because of the huge surprise that was the co-op detection part of the solution. I mean, the other ones are very unique in different ways, in that, like, the other ones, I think, really lean into the aspect of the design that requires external sources and external detective work. The randomization with the Magic Koopa, which I think was in this one, the randomizer was pretty crazy as far as using the RNG manipulation to actually behave as a clue. Like, basically, I think there are a lot of things going on in these levels that use mechanics in ways that are not usually clues, and you've turned them into clues. And I think whenever I see that, that's something that's very surprising. And so it was like that with the co-op detection. It was certainly like that with the Magic Koopa number sequence. NBF, I wish I could read that. I assume that's not a key to your own escape room. And so the 5th one is the last one. You're out of ideas. Well, for now, you never know. So yeah, I'll hope to bring this in next week. In the meantime, everybody, stay tuned. The stream will continue. I will probably switch to some more platformy stuff. I may do something really unwise like last week and push on to do a super world, but I will think about that for a minute as I go to grab a glass of water. So I'll be right back. Those of you who do have to take off, have a good night, but I will be staying. So back in a flash. Okay, we are back. Thank you for the follow, by the way. I kind of thought you were already following, given that you were plugged in and always showing up right on time, but errors and glitches do happen. Yeah, that happens. Let's pull something up. Just give me a second while I manage some of my notes and files here. And also change my stream title to reflect the fact that we have indeed cleared the escape room for now. So just going to do some of this admin stuff for a moment. And then we will probably take a look at one of the things that I had listed. Okay, you know what? I was saying earlier that I didn't know if I would do this. It's almost certainly a bad idea that I'll do this, because it means I'll be streaming for the next few hours. But let's take a look at Solar Horse's world. I did scope out some of the clear rates beforehand to see if this would be something manageable, that are not all, you know, in the 1% zone or anything. But Solar Horse, I did look at all of the one-screen puzzles last week, and we'll see if we can push through the entirety of the 40-course world. That's something that, even for something that's relatively on the medium to easy side, will take me probably close to 3 hours if we're doing a full 40-level load. But see if that's something that is practical. Might as well try to do it all in one session, assuming that we don't have any further interruptions from technical difficulties. And let me just change my stream title to reflect this. And thank you for the good luck. Yeah, I don't know if you can stay Solar Horse for the whole thing, but even if you don't, we always create some kind of permanent VOD of it afterwards. So, you know, stay as long as you like. If you need to take off, that's fine too. But we'll definitely give the whole thing a go. We'll hopefully be able to do that without any more glitches like we had with the stream earlier. Hopefully I didn't lose too much from that, but yeah, let's take a peek. I saw that most of the clear rates were kind of in the 10 to 20% zone even in the later worlds, and so that's something that I think will be pretty manageable on my end. Let's give it a new game, and it's going to start me off with a bank of 3 lives, so we'll have to be a bit cautious and build that up as we get through some of the earlier and easier levels. So here's a Willow Woods, a new beginning. And yeah, this is going to be a relatively familiar kind of layout, even if it has a little bit of curvature to it. So as something that's in the SMB1 style, it is somewhat closer to the design principles of the early worlds that you start to see in the new Super Mario Bros. Series, as Nintendo brings in a bit more curvature to their terrain, and so I think it's very much the kind of World 1 level that is just getting the sense of place in order. Have to remember that we cannot slide the SMB1. And yeah, I'm gonna have the Super Ball just being used as a regular traditional power-up. And let's see what we can do with some exploration here. I think it's probably a good idea, given that we started with a very low bank of lives, to actually do some of the optional content here and there and just build up that stash. To stash, S-T-A-S-H, although you can also build up Mario's mustache if you so prefer. I have to be careful with falling here so I don't fall onto the piranha down below. It does seem a little blind at first. Then partly that's the cooldown from the Super Ball talking, I think. So, just wrap around here. We know where to get more Super Balls if needed. And indeed, I already got that coin, so... Whoops. Never mind what I said about more Super Balls. We'll grab this one. And what do we got here? Let's pop this guy. And yeah, let me know if the sound is doing okay as well. I know that sometimes when we have performance issues like we had earlier, we sometimes have some issues with synchronization or things glitching out, but yeah, hopefully everything has been holding up well on the production side. We'll hopefully be able to make some production improvements as I get to my new setup. We have new faster internet installation coming in. In fact, the thing I was going to say earlier was that the Tempest Funk escape room that we did just now was not even the first escape room I had done today. I did have a bit of a real-life escape room experience in terms of finding out how to get the cable technician to the telecoms box in my building. That was really kind of a bit of a cryptographic lockpicking adventure in its own right. Okay, let's see what else is done with Willow Woods thematically as we move into level 2. Or 1-2. Not really using the dash system, given that the worlds seem to be very clearly themed here. So here's the next part of Willow Woods, a very quiet bayou, something that was noted on the world map. And is noted once again with a look at the peaceful music. You can see that the continuity aesthetically with the first part of World 1 is not only in the jungle theme, but also in style of the trees. Yeah, very clear kind of visual design here in terms of having this level have its own identity, yet follow the identity of the previous one. I think sometimes it's these kind of touches that are really needed to make a traditional level work. Also notable with the semi-solid and fire flower interaction that the fire flowers are firing up to second level. I feel like I should know that kind of thing. That is not unfamiliar to me, but just see a Potoboo here light up the night and grab a shoe. Okay. Haven't done much swimming with the winged shoe. I hadn't really noticed just how much speed you pick up off of this thing. Probably because you so rarely see a shoe in use underwater anyway. You don't see a lot of people take advantage of the mechanic. So that certainly felt unique. Just as something that I don't really see that often. And then, yeah, we'll just grab some additional power-ups because
little extra protection certainly helps here and there. Okay, let's see. It's certainly something going on up there. We'll have to keep an eye out for it and hopefully be able to get upstairs with the shoe and preserve it somehow. Like that. Let's see if I can just get up to the pink coin level accurately. Don't really want to drop the shoe. I mean, it is optional and also easily reobtained, given that it is not a bottomless pit at the bottom level, but as a personal challenge, I want to see if this is doable. Yeah, there we go. Hoppity hop. And yeah, coin placements there certainly seem like they might be something optional. But let's just grab coins. Okay. The reason I say they came off to me as optional was that grabbing them was something that was power-up dependent, although you do have a refreshing power-up that is sort of reloaded from that Buzzy Shell point, so it's possible to damage your way into things. Guess maybe it is a mandatory passage after all. Yeah, I guess it is necessary. Okay, that's fine. We'll go on. Yeah, with power-ups being essentially unlimited there, it's not too big a deal. Ah, okay. This is just a visual display of the on-off state. And what do we got here? That's clearly something. Yeah, this being World 1, fairly relaxing levels so far, but lots of optional content to explore, lots of opportunity to build up that bank of lives, and so we'll get a sense of how everything is balanced by the time we get to the later worlds. And here, let's go for a flagpole. Okay, so that was, as it said on a tin, a very quiet bayou. And it looks like we are in for a sky level next. And we might as well build up that bank. Yeah, we'll certainly take that. Okay, let's hop into the airship Rainmaker Larry. So, fairly early encounter with one of the Koopalings. Might just be the Pareidolia talking, but this certainly looks like a face. Okay, got here. Yep. Couldn't quite see this from the airship Bob at first, but the coins did indicate to me that that was going to be at least somewhat safe. And we'll have the leaf. We'll have a one-up opportunity here. Calibrated for exactly one extra life. Okay. We do have the leaf, but not much of a takeoff point for flight, which is fine. We'll mainly use that for safety until such time as we lose it in embarrassing fashion. What do we have here? Okay. So here's Larry, being a rainmaker. Working out his frustrations from losing the rainmaker constantly in Splatoon. And he's pretty much unreachable from any of the platforms we have here. I was kind of inspecting that to see if theoretically it was possible to take off with the Tanuki leaf there. But seems like things are balanced otherwise. Yeah, we can skip some of these platforms, of course. Not that I'm going particularly fast. It would be a pretty interesting speed experience, in fact. I do think that a lot of these designs are amenable to speedrunning if you do know what's going to happen and where you're going. And that's going to be a finish, so... Not going to fight Larry directly just yet, but I'm sure that's a bit of a preview for some later appearance of his. And we'll see, because we haven't seen a castle rise from the depths just yet. We still have one level to go before anything like that is going to happen. Okay, so I have traditionally been terrible at this. Let's see if anything can be done, and nope. Could be a whole lot of nothing, but we'll go on. So here's the flooded forest. And yeah, you see the water level continuing to go up, but with very similar tree designs all over Willow Woods. Very ecologically consistent. But yeah, you can tell actually that there is a bit of a progression here, that it's flooded because it is after the rainstorm. That you just had a thunderstorm themed level just now, and now the water level is somewhat higher. And so we'll be looking out for things like that, like a little bit of attention to the way that levels connect to each other as you progress throughout a world, which is something that I associate closely with games like Tropical Freeze that have things like the progression through the Fruity Factory, for instance, being the particularly memorable example that you are going to encounter these little points of connectivity like that, and also these pinch points from these guys here. You have to stay on our toes. We're swimming, but we do have to stay on our toes, nevertheless. And yeah, pretty interesting use of the Super Ball just as a regular old power-up, but also as a power-up that's kind of defining these designs. This certainly looks like an optional content passage, unless it is the main path. Certainly looks like an optional path, though. But let's just ride it out and see what happens. See if we get anything particularly good, and here we are. Secret passage. And we might as well grab what coins we can, having earned our way here. Okay, here we are. Okay, let's back up. Quite possible to maybe sneak there with one tile, but not really, actually. Whoops, that was just a mistake. That's the first death we've encountered so far, I think. That's okay, we picked up quite a bit along the way. Now, I don't know if at this point we're still taking any kind of shortcut, or if that has already looped to a later standard part of the level. But yeah, let's just be a little more careful about leaving the water from time to time. Not going to be as exhausted this time, even though we could use the lives. Let's just move on to the next part. Yeah, okay, so the checkpoint is buried here, which suggests to me that, yeah, that was one of multiple exits. If we were looking at that carefully. Let's drop immediately. Grab the checkpoint down here and duck. There we go. And then, pretty much as soon as this guy wraps around, we'll go. And out we are. Okay, it's really quite flooded now. But that's okay, because we'll just fry the local fish and hit the flagpole. But we'll see what's being done with the flooding theme as we get to the final part of Willow Woods. See what kind of progression continues. Okay, so we have Boathouse. And what do we have here? Let's see if we can actually pass this thing. I think I've only cleared it with no mistakes once, ever. Okay. Could be doing better, but that'll be enough to pick up one mushroom, and that's going to be progress. Anyway, as we can see, the castle is something that is sunken, which is very much in keeping with the theme. And yeah, you do have to admire that this is one of those super worlds that does pay attention to the way that stages are in fact located on the map. So the flooded forest, as you can see, was indeed flooded. You have these little ninjas in their inner tubes, just swimming about happily. Here's Willow Woods. Pull the plug. I guess it's time that we drained this place. And how are we going to do that? We're going to enter, head into the subworld, which is going to be drained but on fire. Okay. Pretty relaxed though in terms of the lava level not being too much of a threat, so long as we don't just drop down directly. Oh, there's content down there. Okay. We'd better wait for the next cycle to do that. Just for safety's sake. Okay, let's go up, up, up. And once again, have a Super Ball just working as a regular old traditional style power-up, which is once again something that we don't see that often. Looks like this was meant for a shell, for sure. And what's this all about? It's going to be a mushroom race. Now that's a nice little miniature challenge, particularly for those who are not already carrying the Super Ball. And that's going to be a 10 coin down there, and I think we're safe to proceed. Checkpoint. Okay. That's pretty simple stuff. Tops of semi-solids there are probably just tops of semi-solids. Nothing too special about them from this point. Looks like we should just knock them over to this side, because that will fill that little coin challenge over there. Okay, we need to get out of the way of that firebar. That was somewhat thrilling. Star is going to be fine. It just means that we can ignore the fire bars, which are not really going to hit us anyway. Wonder if there was something that I could race using the star, but it was mostly there, once again, as a point of safety, and that's going to be perfectly usable. Interesting key door up there. It looks like that's exit only, though. So we'll see. Ah, exit only after fighting Larry, who is making a bit of a comeback after chasing us around in the rainy level earlier. So yeah, the bosses, I guess, come and threaten you, and then come back in the castle and fight you in earnest. Whoops. Yeah, trying to bop him gently by going down to Vine, and that mostly worked. Mostly met with success. Okay, so what do we got here? We've got E-switch. Is that doing anything else for me? Don't know. And that's World 1. So yeah, very thematically coherent World 1. I don't know if we technically really did pull the plug at the end, but close enough. We got rid of Larry. We did our job as plumbers. Now the world is dry again. Or at least we're onto a different part of the world that has bloopers in the oases, and it's the wild savannah, where we're going to kick off with a run and jump. And yeah, once again, a lot of attention to the tree designs. You can really see immediately, right from the first screen, that we're dealing with a rather different form of vegetation here. Why? I guess that's probably just a clue to run. Run and jump. Yeah, I see. So there is a bit of a fast path. And I guess the E-switch just encourages you to do a bit more running. Okay. And that will take you up to the top path, which will allow me to grab POW. The POW is obviously intended to just drop the coins. I think I'll take it with me. Technically, I did pull the plug when I hit the P-switches. Okay, that's a good point. Yeah, that's true. That's true, because at that point, the lava level was also partly taken care of. Oh, okay, I should have just expended this. Just a coin back there. That's okay, we got the fast path. Yeah, not surprising to see a 23-second record. I do think that this is clearly designed to be very approachable to people who do want to speedrun it. Okay, let's try to distinguish ourselves this time, and that will not happen. That's going to be a monstrous hybrid. Monstrous hybrid with no life. Wild Savannah, hunting in packs. That perhaps refers to the chomps that were in the map image, but we'll see in a moment. Yeah, once again, same kind of foliage. And we'll stay nice and high. I think that's certainly immediately visible as the point of this level. Now that's using the spikes on top of the vines is something I've seen quite commonly from one of the other regular submitters here, who also designs traditional levels. It's very much a Merlin trope as well. I don't think Merlin's with us right now, but he will certainly recognize this if he ever plays this. But yeah, really unique, the attention to the trees so far. They're not quite baobabs, there's something else. Ah, here's the angry sun. Well, no spin jumps in this style. And let's leaf it. Leaf is a rather nice fit for this segment, actually. Rather nice fit. I can probably just get on top of that. And yes, I can. Ooh, that's rather risky. Probably can get on top of that as well, except... Oh, I see. There was probably a flight point earlier that would allow me to get on top of that segment. In fact, I can fly from here. Arcadia, yes. Yes, that's right. And let's actually use the POW for its intended purpose this time. And we'll just fly this segment as well. Yeah, it's sort of interesting what's supposed to go on here without the use of the Tanuki leaf. There was something going on with the on-off interaction that we just didn't manage to see. It is always a little too bad that we can't go back into a level within a super world. I comment on that quite often with some of these worlds that it seems like a limitation on the super world system that really just restricts what you can do with the world structure, I think, in some unfortunate ways, but you know, if somebody wanted to make a truly world-scale Metroid level, for instance, that had a great deal of cross-level non-linearity to it, that's something they would be able to do if you were able to re-enter levels, but in the absence of that, just take things one at a time. Okay, once again, slightly different foliage here. Now this big guy here, that's definitely a Baobab. As I was just saying. Okay, it looks like the key there is concealed. We'll be looking for a different key somewhere. Oh, whoops. I had to deal with something on my stream setup for just 1 second and just became a little inattentive. Ah, okay, this guy's gonna bust things open, and that may give me access to the key, then. Yep. Nice, and also give me access to this zone over here. Let's check the yellow pipe. That's pretty evidently meant to be a secondary path. I don't think that was ambiguous. I want to check these guys for coins as well. Or one-ups, you never know. And hey, Mike Universe, you just did a Kirby Nuzlocke. What is a Kirby Nuzlocke? Because I know about that kind of run as Pokemon terminology, but I don't know formally what that would be in Kirby terms. Or which Kirby game you're looking at. Anyway, yeah. Really love the idea of the Wiggler kind of crawling around inside the tree. What have we got? Oh, okay. That was not the interaction I was looking for. Once again, it might be one of those situations where you're going to carve through all of this. No, you're not. You're just going to go through the middle. And dodge the infestation. Not really infestation, I guess that's their actual natural habitat, perhaps. We shouldn't be too judgmental of the local ecology. And what about here? Bust this guy, push. Yeah, that's gonna open up, but we'll check this side first. Got some hammers. Whoops. And yeah, this has been busted open. Hammers were just hammers, I think. Asking for it. Welcome back. Hope you're well. Yeah, we just did a massive escape room earlier in the stream, and now I am doing a super world, so. Basically, Mike Universe are explaining, in a Milky Way mode, abilities are pretty rare. But when you... Oh, whoops. In a Nuzlocke, every ability you get is new life, and every ability... Oh, I see. Every ability you die with is lost forever. In Superstar, yeah. Yeah, I haven't really done any modified playthroughs of Superstar like that, like with self-imposed conditions. But it's also been an extremely long time since I last looked at Superstar. I probably last played it sometime during the Wii era. Yeah, like I'm saying, it's been an extremely long time. Oh, missed the opportunity to cut through all of these guys with a star. Also, the optional coins on the left side. Whoops. Bad timing on my part. And asking for it, you used to speedrun Superstar. Okay, interesting. Yeah, once again, not really one of the Nintendo games I know well. My knowledge of the Kirby series tends to be rather eclectic. I spent a lot of time on Canvas Curse, or I guess Rainbow Paintbrush, depending on what region you're in. Or Power Paintbrush? Yeah, no, I don't remember. There was a different name in EU. It was Canvas Curse over here. I can never keep them straight because it was Canvas Curse and Rainbow Curse in North America. Whoops, getting trapped here. Whoops. Yeah, let's take the left side this time so we can grab the star, and we see the POW and the 50 coin in the branch over to the left. This is going to simplify things quite a bit. Yeah, really interesting level thematically. I think it's, you know, in a world that's already fairly aesthetic, this is definitely very striking layout, even in comparison to what we've seen previously. Okay, so this will not be the way down. There was certainly a way down if you decided not to hug the upper level here. You could probably drop down the left side if you're careful, and then drop down to the 50 coin and the POW. And yeah, asking for it, it was in the NA box art, I think, that famously had the Kirby angry eyebrows. That might have been something international outside of Japan, actually. I don't quite recall. But of course, that was the famous little marketing thing with Kirby, just making him look very indignant. Very indignant to not be in Japan, where his cuteness is perhaps much more socially acceptable. Asking for it, yeah, I believe Solar Horse is here. And kind of semi here and maybe semi lurking, but yeah, the world creator is here. We're currently in World 2, and like I was saying, this is a very aesthetically striking series that I had been told about for a couple of weeks. Like a couple of people I know had been playing this and telling me that this was something that I should be looking forward to. So, kind of nice to have an opportunity to show it off, although it might run my stream quite a bit later than I originally anticipated. And yeah, it took you a while, Mike Universe, to get used to the Kirby physics after 5 months of Mario Maker and Hollow Knight. Yeah, I can imagine that, especially after Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight is, in terms of physics, something that definitely has a bit of an initial shock when it comes to... There's something about the takeoff point for the jumps. Like, there's something with the jump momentum that I had to adjust to when I first played it, so I wasn't constantly just running off edges. I don't remember exactly what it was, because after I played enough Hollow Knight, I got used to it. But it was definitely something weird about the jump physics that the designer said was intentional in terms of how it compares to most platformers in terms of the, gluiness or slipperiness of where the takeoff point is. And the thing is that there is no momentum. Yeah, I think that's what I'm describing. So here is the next part of Wild Savannah. This is Poacher Problems. And we're going to have some boom boom mini-boss music here. Once again, seeing a lot of different types of trees. Definitely seems like this is the part of the root system where, whoops, the water is supposed to go if they're being properly watered. But anyway, we have lots of flowers. We can pick the flowers from the tops of the trees. That's kind of nice as a touch. Now, if our fire flower accuracy is decent for once, we should have been able to take them out unless they consistently just deflect like that. Okay, that should definitely work. We'll disarm these guys. And yeah, look at the little cage here. It looks like the chain chomp has been poached. So earlier on, the chain chomps were kind of bouncing around and they were happily in their herds, and now it looks like the moles are hunting the chain chomps and putting them in cages and just, being very unkind to them in general. And not exactly setting an example to people who draw up international treaties over this kind of thing in terms of barring the sale of chain chomp ivory if they have any ivory in their teeth. And so yeah, Solar Horse, yeah, I know you're still here. I was wondering about that simply because asking for it was asking for it. So, let's see if I can whip this. Here we go. Ah, okay, just a coin. Wanted to try it anyway. Yeah, you see the old poachers still doing their business. Oh, hey, we got a POW block. That'll be interesting. We will actually not kill the chomp in captivity, which is kind of a conscientious touch here that was perhaps totally accidental. Nice little hidden POW, though. I like that idea that, for the most part, it makes you think, okay, just coin, 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 but then occasionally you go for some of this stuff and you get some optional power to ease your way forward. And yeah, Tanuki Leaf. More chomps and cages. Yeah, this definitely has a very strong sense of environmental storytelling within a world. Like, there's a really strong commitment to it. And also just to diversity of plant life. I think it's very much a super world for botanists. Anyway, we'll see how this eventually leads into the castle part of the story. Whoops, running into the spikes there. Terrible idea. Whoops, getting shot in the face there. Also a terrible idea. And, oh, looks like Wendy is the boss of the moles. And I've been trapped in the cage. So, they were lying in ambush. Now, I've been held captive, and look at poor Mario ducking in his little cage as he copes with the fact that he has been taken prisoner. Yeah, really nice finish. And that's going to lead you to the boss level, where I no doubt have to make my escape and face Wendy and her mole army. This level gives you the image of Monty moles with guns, and that scares you. I don't know, that sounds kind of neat, actually. Monty Moles just toting their firearms. So yeah, we've been tossed in prison. Looks like there was a super mushroom here that responds to your jump in a night theme, and that's going to be our way out of here. It's going to be our ticket away. It's probably going to drop in this thing and give us a key. Neat little contrived escape. Oh, the mole guards are not going to be happy with that. Okay, so, yeah, we released a chomp. The chomp is still going to chomp away at things, though, and... yeah, so it looks like the moles, not only were they formerly weaponized with cannons, but now they are being weaponized with the captive chomps. It's kind of like they've been taken in as the, well, just the local armaments. Yeah, it is a very cool world. There's a very clear story progression. And let's see here. Just going to get through the next key over here. It's also a fairly relaxed experience. Like, it's something that is very engaging relative to a lot of things that are around this kind of difficulty or clear rate. And I think that's a very difficult balance to strike. With traditional levels especially, I find that I have a lot of respect for levels that know how to be interesting to players who would normally do harder stuff. Because I think it's very difficult sometimes for traditional levels to distinguish themselves while feeling like they're still part of a traditional format. This one, of course, right here is much more story-oriented in some ways than a lot of conventional Mario would be, but... and of course, taking advantage of very maker-specific interactions like this one over here. Now, we've learned a lot about how this interaction works due to the Exonum level that was in 4YMM that made you walk the chomp at medium speed in order to solve a puzzle. No need to use that here, of course. But every time I walk a chomp by holding the stump, I tend to think of that. Okay, so Wendy has a particularly deadly captive chomp. She's got the mother of all chomps. I'm sure that chomp will be quite grateful when it's finally released, but let's just try to get in position to release it and to get in that stump. I think in order to do that, we will need the SMB2 mushroom. Let's try to release it. Oh, whoops. Slipped off the edge there. Yeah, I was trying to retrieve a new mushroom there by standing a little away from the pipe. And that was a little bit incautious. Anyway, very clearly... I mean, I should be using the jump in the night theme to carry the mushroom across. That was the intended way to do it, and the level does train you to do it. Okay, so now we will steal the chomp. Kind of like the Metroid that winds up being on your side in Super Metroid. The chomp is not really going to do anything to Wendy, unfortunately. I didn't know that. I didn't know that there was a sort of lack of interaction between the chomp and the Koopalings. Now we've blocked the key door with the chomp. That's a bad idea, but we just need Wendy for the key, probably, and we'll just get a third bounce on her. It's probably best if I get an additional SMP2 mushroom here, and then let the long chomp into night theme do its long chomp thing. And yeah, we get some happy music. Although these guys are still in their cages, they'll be released. And once they're released, we will be through. An auto scroll or a custom scroll basically just says, yeah, get out of here. We're done with you. And that's World 2. So that was Wendy's pet shop. Well, we certainly put that pet shop out of business. Also kind of notable that that level was on top of the raised plateau and it fires you into the sky world. And yeah, let's face off against some pokies. Definitely notice the mushroom platforms at the end of the previous world and was wondering if they would lead into anything aesthetically. So yeah, so far everything... No, not everything has been in the SMB1 theme. Some of that has been SMB3 because of the Tanuki leaf. But yeah, we're going to have a sky castle here. Let's go for that optional coin, why not? A lot of optional flowers. A lot of floaty physics. Mike Universe, this is Solar Horse's world. If you would like the code, I can give you the code for it. In fact, I can just pull that up right now. I think I do have it handy. Yeah, that's the maker code, I believe. Those of you curious. Okay, and we'll just pop these guys out of the way. Looking for a total of 5 coins in order to progress. Once again, we're going to have each zone having its very unique style of tree. Yeah, these are just dangling vines that are in the middle of the night sky. Okay. We have a key. And that should be it for this part of the zone, I think. Gonna be a checkpoint. Well, you might as well pop this just to see if anything is different. No, just a post-checkpoint mushroom. And yeah, that's walled off to the right side, so I'm gonna check over there, but we'll grab the flower and continue. And oh, we gotta beat the auto-scroll, though. Nope, we're not gonna beat the auto-scroll. That was a bit hopeful, but we were spamming and missing like crazy. Despite all the practice we had setting things on fire with that Donkey Mint level that we were playing on Thursday. That was involving entirely the ice coin blocks. Oops, okay, we're gonna miss that. Yeah, kind of interesting that you have pathways that have a different level of advancement to them, and a different scale of reward. It's almost like a very Sonic-like design in terms of having the 3 simultaneous paths that have a different level of difficulty to each of their traversal. We see path on the bottom, we see some coins on top that we totally missed. Yeah, quite a lot of options for movement here. But it looks like this will probably be the only exit. That's going to take us all the way down to the flag. Actually, it won't be the only exit because there was a lower one that would not give you quite so much of a reward. But yeah, we didn't quite take the optimal paths the whole way through, but we certainly saw quite a bit of what was going on with Sky Castle Gardens. So let's see what is next in the sky. We kick the Pokies off the map. Gotta go, it's like 4 AM your time? Okay. Well, have a good night, Mike Universe. Congratulations once again on getting your Super World outdoor, and we'll hopefully see it soon. Okay, I have to get used to the fact that I don't have floaty physics anymore. That certainly took me a moment to adjust to. Now, what is this? It looks like we're riding comets. Look at this. Icy comets. And they are appropriately icy. So yeah, we're going to get through the comet trails. We're going to get into this large interstellar object here. Looks like there was probably something on the top level, but we're going to check it and miss it. Okay, just a bit of reckless experimentation, never hurt anybody. So yeah, very visually striking once again. Not gonna have trees here, but we will have comets. And that's the next best thing. In some ways it's a much better thing. Yeah, definitely coins up in the top level. I guess I just missed the opportunity to take the top level earlier on, so we'll just keep going. Yeah, there's quite a lot of stuff going on here that would have been nice to see over multiple passes, but failing that, we'll grab the Super Ball, missed a checkpoint. Let's let the Blooms get out of the way. Oh, lose the Super Ball. And yeah, that's a Super Ball spot for sure. If you survived here with the Super Ball, then you would have access to all that up above, and all that below, in fact. So that was definitely a keep the Super Ball and be rewarded challenge. We were not rewarded. Whoops. Had a bit of a miscalculation in terms of getting back on the claw over there. I mean, if we can get back up to the top level, we can make a run at the Super Ball. And we can, in fact, do that if we wrap around the left side, assuming that is not a progressive power-up. Yeah, let's do that. In fact, the easier thing to do with the Super Ball is to just come back on this side instead of doing that whole business with the claw. And yeah, let's just do this. It won't be very tidy, but hey, it will be very tidy. Who knows? It'll be mostly tidy. Oh, it'll be completely tidy. Look at that. What a cooperative comet. Whoops, not exactly going for speed here. I will go over to Super Ball again anyway, just to grab some style points here. Okay, Super Ball, here we go. Whoops, no. Once again, I was a little bit hesitant to see what was going on with the coin trails. I mean, having known the territory here, I probably could have been more cautious. Letting the camera scroll down a bit to expose the claw. That's okay. Taking a few sloppy deaths here and there. Yeah, very much something that can be momentum-based if you want to play fast. It's a real thrill to play fast. Coins there do seem a little misleading, but okay, they're just part of the Comet Trail design, I'm sure. Also, actually no, the coins you should have... I was totally able to get them using the Super Ball from the claws. So for example, if I keep the Super Ball, I just fire. And I should have known that, but I guess I don't really think in Super Ball terms often enough. Let's check the key door. Key door is going to put me directly under a pipe. I guess we should check the pipe, although there is something suspicious on the left side. Oh, I mean, what we can do is we can grab the checkpoint and go back and check that. See what's going on down there. Because there's definitely something. Oh, no, that's where we came from before. Okay. Yeah, that's the thing about these space designs. I've seen a lot of space levels like this that, of course, for understandable reasons, want to leave the environments nice and open and won't be using something like scroll stop. So it's very much like back in Mario Maker 1 when we just didn't have scroll stop. That you have some shortcuts that are created through the openness of the spacing as you go from door to door or pipe to pipe. Well, door to door, not really pipe to pipe, since you would have that in a separate zone entirely. Nice little one-up challenge as we clear the Spinies out of the way. Clear the big Spiny out of the way. Yeah, it's sort of interesting what we saw earlier in terms of activating the platform. Like, it's on your way down to slope that happens. Very tiny little edge case there, at least with the top platform. Now let's just grab some coins. Yeah, you slide down slope and you make contact. Sort of interesting slope and platform interaction that one doesn't really see that often, which could probably be used for less traditional purposes in ways that I haven't really thought about yet, but here we go. So much for the comments. So that was the space chase. And yeah, let's snatch some lives. It's gonna be one measly one up. Yeah, making decent progress so far through World 3 as we get into the Star Thief. So yeah, we are still in space. Gonna pick up some stars in space. One thing that Mario Maker does not have, which is in the standard games and which would probably cause all kinds of disaster, were it in Mario Maker, where, of course, coins that can be stars, depending on whether you are already carrying a star. Like that kind of conditional power-up, which was, oh, that's going to be a mistake. We don't want to do that. Oh, whoops. We don't want to do that either. Yeah, which is, of course, very much a part of maintaining star momentum in a lot of Mario levels originally, but which I think would just cause untold disaster in Mario Maker. I mean, it would lead to a lot of creativity too, but you could imagine what kind of unkindness you could inflict using that mechanic. Of course, that's no reason not to have a mechanic, of course. In most contexts of Mario Maker, I think sometimes it's better to just err on the side of creativity. But yeah, it seems like we do want to deliberately avoid the stars, because grabbing the stars will just cut right through the Koopas. That is not what we need. So we don't want to get too greedy here, even if we are the Star Thief. And, okay, Wiggler's gonna wiggle. We do not want to cut through. Yeah, it's sort of interesting that the level is perfectly fine with you picking up some of the early stars, and then before too long really starts to discourage you from doing so, at least with the ones on tracks. I guess in the first segment, the ones on tracks were well out of the way, so not so much of a concern. Okay, the music has been silenced. We came out of the red pipe. Blue pipe is nothing at the moment. I think it is meant to recreate some of the scenes we saw earlier, and so we've depleted the stars. Yeah, it is meant to recall what the earliest part of the level looked like, to make it look as though we're in a loop where Morton has taken all of the stars away and is carting them away in his track. Now, this works like the other worlds do. We don't fight him right away, we fight him later on when we just get a chance to chase him down. So that will be fairly soon as we progress through the rest of World 3 and make him give everything back. Not that we were consuming the stars anyway, but you know, there does need to be a little bit of equilibrium when it comes to hoarding power-ups. Starting, of course, with yet another shoddy attempt at the matching game. Yeah, not exactly my forte. That's okay, we'll see how we do with the airship. You can't escape me. Well, we'll see, because Morton is certainly making a run for it. And yeah, here he is in his cart. Going to find it a little bit difficult to actually penetrate his vehicle, and will avoid the ground stomp. It's going to be one of the bigger threats we have to deal with, I think. And we'll just watch his ground animation quite carefully. Look at the way that explosion was kind of synchronized with the bomb that was coming in mid-air. Oops. Be careful with the Morton fire. It seems to be a bit of a threat, along with the bombs coming in from up high, so... Okay, through the pipe and on to whatever's next. This looks like a suspicious location, but it is, after all, I think just a loading zone that drops you into the checkpoint. Mushroom's going to give me access to this guy. It's just a one-up. Thwomp's going to thwomp. Whoops. Yeah, didn't really pay attention to the Morton interaction when I was also dealing with Thwomps, but having the spiny hat, of course, is going to resolve quite a few things here. And yeah, the chase continues. And it's going to be a 3-part chase, as you can see, as we get into the Castle of World 3. Where I guess we will hunt him down, and fairly close to the record there, but that's because we don't have quite a lot of latitude to work with. I think that's Gilmore, actually, who has the record. I do recognize his avatar. So not really surprising that Gilmore has been playing some of these ahead of me. Also, I'm sure he's left some wonderful comment illustrations, as he often does. Okay, let's catch some more of these NES baseballs. People who have been on this stream a long time have heard me comment on this all the time, but it is nice to have this repurposing of the old NES baseball sound effects. Very recognizable from the game in its original form. And let's see what's going on in the castle. Sengoku Castle. Okay, interesting. Ah, I see. Okay, so these are just lanterns. They're just meant to be decorative, and the lantern effect certainly highlights that for you. Whoops. Let's maybe not die to the guardian fish. And yet, there is some encouragement here to be going fast while the P-switch is active. Okay. Let's do that. Just blaze through the coin trail. And yeah, not quite enough to get up to the top level there, but it's okay. We'll just take bottom or middle. Got another P-switch. That will probably be another bit of a racing segment once again as we light up the lanterns and... Ah, okay, that is required. in order to get to the next section and drop on top of the checkpoint before we proceed. I wonder if that's progressive there as a reward for having made it so far with the mushroom. Oh, whoops. Mecha is going to get in our way over there. Okay, gonna catch Morton in midair, very stylish. That's gonna be it for that star stash. Should be able to have a big release, and yeah, indeed, all the stars are going to drop out of the compartment and become available in the starry skies once again. See if we can pluck one of those out of midair. Yes, we can. And that's going to be a big finish to World 3. Okay, World 4, here we come. Making fairly good time so far. Now, World 4 is Micro World, Iggy's shrink device, kind of an interesting inversion, I guess, too. The giant land that we see in SMB3 originally. At least I think so. Very hard to tell so far. We might not have seen the shrink device in action just yet, but let's grab the frog. Let's lose the frog. And see what's over here. Going to have some plant life and some bullets. And yeah, Paratroop is not going to do too much here, but we'll drop in and see what the shrink device is doing. I guess we're going through the device now, and so if we're the thing that's being shrunken, then we should now be in Giant Land, or the equivalent of Giant Land, having become small ourselves. Become semi-big ourselves. Okay, kind of neat little transitional segment here. I guess the plot of this world will be to get unshrunken again and to get out of this situation. Now, having a held item does theoretically let me swim with the frog suit if I can actually build up a bit of a dash. Not really enough running space to do so, but I think we should be able to do some kind of swim. Yeah, probably through the lower level unless we... Oh, whoops. Yeah, we can do it that way as well. It's obviously not ideal. And yet, no gentle way really to get out of there without jumping out 3 tiles, and so will be the end of that. I guess there was a very much an intended passage with running with a frog suit on the lower level. It's not something that we really saw. But that's part of what the trampoline would be for. It would be specifically a held object that lets you do that. And yeah, it lets you run away like this. We would have to, of course, go over to Bonsai and probably hit the on-off switch at this point. Yeah, and that would give you access to the 1-up. Yeah. So that's how the frog path is going to work. If we take a hit again, we can always try the frog path once again, but yeah, clearly meant to be the maximally efficient path here. Let's see what this does. Well, let's check all of them. You never know. It looks like there is a central segment that's supposed to drop you down onto the 1-up. That's the very clear implication here. And we just missed that. Yeah, once again, Gilmore and his recognizable stash and frog hat with the current record on that one. Looking up to a bank of 41 lines, we are only at about not even at the halfway point of this so far, so we'll see if that's going to be a very helpful stash of one-ups to build, but meantime, no complaints about picking up 5 at a time. We head into part 2 of the micro world. So we get smaller and smaller. Okay, so we're already quite small at this point. Now, it's not like we have to deal with the mini mushroom in this game, so we'll just have to see what happens. Okay, let's get rid of this guy. Okay, that's not going to be too enticing. Okay, we'll just get rid of these one at a time. Do everything the careful way as we hit the checkpoint. And on we go. Okay, looks like we have this effect again over all the naked pipes. And yeah, something monstrous is going on, that's for sure. Not really sure what yet, but we have to deal with all these beetles and so on, all these one-way panels. Not even sure I'm parsing what object we're on top of at this point, but I guess we're sort of really microscopic now if these are beetles that are really truly meant to be read as insects. Yeah, I don't know what kind of object we're standing on top of now. Oh, that's a Koopa Troopa. Yeah, look at this guy. So we've been shrunken to the point where we can knock the top of the head off the Koopa. Yeah, it took me a moment to really register that was what was going on aesthetically, but we're knocking out the Koopa pixel art. And this is the back of the shell, and we saw the red pipes earlier that are the back of the red Koopa shell, so very interesting. And here, this is supposed to be a piranha plant. I think the piranha plant's just not going to notice us at all. Given that we are too small to be macro scale of prey. So yeah, I guess the flow of this world is that we're becoming increasingly microscopic. And we'll have to find our way out of this by the time we go to the castle and take out Iggy somehow. With the power of magnification. Okay, let's grab one of these at a time. Let's try to make it out of here with at least one life. And proceed to the next part, which... well, we'll see how it goes. Microworld Cellular Adventure. So, probably going to get even smaller. It's going to start looking like Chapter 7 of the Wonderful 101, which was truly microscopic. We will, however, still be able to be a frog, even if it is going to be a somewhat microbial frog. Okay, let's see if we can get into the neck of the piranha plant. I guess not. Okay, so we're just going to swim around in the fluid. And it's going to be quite dark in here. Aha, okay, so we are now at a cellular level. Really interesting. It's quite dark in here, though. Oh, we're going to have some close-hand witnessing of the miracle of life. I don't know if the Pokies are supposed to be like Dr. Mario viral infections or something. That's certainly what they resemble. Gotta be quite careful here. And they're going to give us a bit of lighting at least, so that's not going to be completely unproductive. But let's see if we can hit anything here to navigate some of this. Yeah, very aesthetically interesting take on what you can do with the underwater theme. Already out of the box, one of the more interesting themes just because it does have a unique replacement for spikes, which I wish more Mario Maker palettes did have, simply because the one-tile spikes that originated with Mario Maker 1, I think, are rather unsightly objects most of the time. So whenever you see them replaced, as in the underwater theme, it's quite a bonus. Whoops, we're going to lose the flower right away. That's a bit unfortunate. Off state is probably fine, given that the reason you would have to switch there to begin with is to allow the player to make it through that gate and maintain the off state mostly for the purposes of aesthetically leaving the blue-walled cells intact. Okay, let's light up the night, or light up the micro world. And around a cell we go. Okay, so what next? Oh, we're gonna miss the 50 coin up in the top half. Looks like we can go around the side here, though, before we go through the pipe. Yeah, very Pac-Man-like interaction here as we go for the 50 coin, and see if we can wrap around this side. Yes, we can. Not necessarily the wise thing to do, but we'll do it anyway. And zip through here. Okay, we know that goes up to the pipe. That is almost certainly the proper exit. So, light this up once again for safety. And burst our way through. So now we are truly microbial. I don't know what this thing is here. We'll have to figure out how to parse that somehow. Probably just a particular kind of cell that I will find very obvious to recognize once I do in fact have a moment to think about it visually. So here's Subatomic Shootout. Ah, okay, yes, we are descending into the atomic level, and that was the point there, and now we're just going to run around and collect all the electrons. Yeah, really great concept so far. And that the concept is conveyed pretty much through artwork, but also in a way that makes sense when it comes to platforming. Now, of course, I'm also trying to figure out what the snake block is representing, other than, of course, just a way to get us through space. It's almost like a beam of light. Although I guess it is subject to some atomic level microgravitation. Not gravitation, but, you know, nuclear forces. Not really going to expose too much of my lapsed knowledge of atomic physics while trying to navigate this thing. Okay. We can, in fact, go around and probably get up top. We're really careful about it. We're not careful about it. Okay. Let's continue. And yeah. Let things pass. So which ones are the protons and which ones are the neutrons, I wonder? I guess white has to be neutrons. That would only make sense. Anyway, I haven't really read into what elements these could be, if any. Specific. Spike pulse, whoops, that was just a mild input error. Squeezing the trigger on the controller, that was certainly a bit of an unforced mistake. Hey, let's play this like the shoot 'em up it is. Whoops. Okay, so the adventure continues. And yeah, just have to be a little bit careful as we bump around everywhere. Whoa, 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 that's a lot of projectiles. Nearly hitting us in the face, but not quite. Okay, so we'll just navigate carefully, not bump around too much. And yeah, that's going to be a fairly satisfying interaction, and the fire flower is going to improve my firing range quite a bit. And we can get rid of some of the mechas whenever possible. Got a lot of dodging to do in the meantime, but it looks more perilous than it actually is, I think, so we'll get through that, and yeah, that's going to be it for the atomic level. So, could we possibly get any smaller? Or is it time to magnify again? We are about to find out. So here's Iggy's Ion Palace. Okay, so we are still subatomic. Having a mushroom available, of course, certainly helps even at the subatomic level. And yeah. Not going to deal with these electrical charges. A nice little setup there with providing the Spiny Hat as a power-up in a very economical block-based fashion. This being SMB 3, I could in fact carry some of these guys, I just don't know why I would want to. And yeah, we're getting quite small now. Okay. And here's a checkpoint. Let's check what is going on up here. Yeah, definitely the kind of concept that really needs a world layout to shine, I think, when you see the progression from one stage to the other. I mean, a lot of them do stand alone quite well aesthetically, but I think really do need that sequence to complete the experience. That was true, of course, for some of the chomp hunting in a savanna and other story sequences like that as well, but I think it's especially true for this one. Okay, just gonna circle around, bop him, and I guess it is time to transform back into a macro state, one state at a time. Oh no, we're just going to instantly be back to a normal macro scale. Okay, works for me. Kind of interesting to see this all stitched together as part of the same level. From your entry points into what was actually the subworld. And now everything is just going to be back to normal. That's it for World 4, so right here at the halfway mark, we are going to proceed. I was thinking of doing a quantum realm level like an Ant-Man, but it was too gimmicky. Yeah, I mean, I think that's certainly the implication. If you had a few more levels to deal with in the space of one world, that would be the natural progression. But I think it worked quite well as is. So here's Sugar Hills. Eat cake. I guess this is something we'll recognize from Wreck-It Ralph. Or just Mario Kart, really. Oh, anyway. Here's World 5 as a bit of a dessert. It's a bit of a treat that was very necessary after having been subatomic for a while. Might as well just bop all these guys. Not quite a one-up challenge from the way I was doing it. Probably could have been, theoretically. We, bothered to pick up some snowballs like this from time to time. There we go. Oh, a star. You got a star. That's gonna just cut right through everything. And what have we got next? Okay. This guy. Yeah, let's just climb the cake. See what else is available. And hey, Mr. Dillon. Yeah, Mr. Dillon, not a viewer level day, but we do viewer levels throughout the week, usually. Well, this upcoming week, our streaming schedule will be pretty reduced, but, back when I'm on a regular Mario Maker schedule, we do viewer levels all the time, just not on the weekends. So, hope you're able to catch me with that some other time. Yeah. Got a P-switch here. What was I even using this for? I needed... Well, I don't actually need it. I'm just carrying it through the cake. Once again, nice little parachute to get that spiny hat going. Just like that. Get these hammers off their cake. Don't really recommend serving your cake with hammers inside. Usually not that confectionery. Okay, not that we needed that power up anyway. Whoops. Okay. And not that I need the P-switch all the way here either, but... Okay, now we have chomps on the cake. I don't know why we rescued these guys after all, and... Wendy held them all in captivity a few worlds ago just to, have them be released on our pastries. Taking over all of our fine baked goods. Okay, here's some boom boom business here. Boom boom going to top some cakes. Roy is going to hang out over there. That's going to give me one key. I assume I might need a second key from the other boom boom, but we'll find that out very quickly. This guy's gonna jump up towards me, so... Roy is luckily locked in place. Whoops. That was a bit of a mistake. Yeah, I probably should have checked the door, but then I would have had to fight them both again if I did need multiple keys. Which is sometimes implied by a room that is designed quite like that. Now let's actually use some of the snowballs this time to hit Boom Boom. Might be wiser. Might be safer. Yeah, that's gonna be one key off that guy. Probably a second key off that guy. Whoops. Clubbed in a chin there. It's kind of like a Boom Boom Shoryuken. Okay, so let's see what we're doing here. Let's actually try to preserve the mushroom for once, perhaps. Oh, whoops, so much for that. Okay, so that's 1, that's 2. Not really going to have the opportunity to hit Roy just yet, but I think it's going to have to wait for later in the world. And yeah, we actually did get to see a preview of the fact that we did need 2 separate keys. And it seems like at that point in the level that Mario had had his fill of dessert. So, no dessert awaits him at the goal screen. That was so much for all those cake toppers. So here's Vanilla Cone Cave. Yeah, we can definitely see the ice cream cone going here. Couldn't quite get to the ice cream on top, but it's just a cone supply at this point. And you have a bunch of Koopas that are caged. Let's take a look at that again. Oh, wait. What just happened? Thought we had gone through... Yeah, okay, that was a scroll-based thing. We scrolled back into the wrong position when we... But here? Yeah, Roy holding a whole bunch of those Koopas captive. And, oh, look at this ice cream, look at this. Even has a cherry on top. A little cherry. And yeah, I think grabbing a checkpoint right before the ice cream is a good idea. Then you can, you know, die and have ice cream whenever you like. Death is such a small price to pay for a couple of scoops. Now it looks like we're actually inside the ice cream at this point. I think that's the implication of the use of the sky theme here. What the blasters are referring to, I'm not really sure. In this particular instance, it's referring to our lack of caution. I mean, maybe it's just a infested bit of ice cream that is not really safe to eat until it has been properly sanitized. That's okay, we'll just punch our way through. Interesting with all the curvature here of these cave spaces, these cave-like spaces, how much this resembles a lot of the level design in Yoshi's Island, in fact. Okay, we really do need to slip it inside there and back out a lot quicker if we're going to go for the 30 coin. I am slipping a little too far every time, not getting out safely. Might as well grab this guy. We're going to be grabbing 30 coins anyway. Okay, that's taken care of. And what have we got next? Yeah, let's unwisely try to sneak in one more time and... Oh, I keep slipping back, okay. I think I was sliding down the corner, that's why. It's probably... I mean, I do want to do it, just as a proof of concept. It is designed to be something doable, but... It has been one of the tougher tasks encountered so far. But yeah, when we grab all 3 30 coins though, that's effectively just about a 1-up. So, all this is costing me, for the most part, is just time. I think we hug this immediately, then we can get out. Yep, there we go. And yeah, this leaves a fine impression. Okay, we'll just need to monitor the ceiling carefully there, and then here we are. Not sure what's going on with the seesaw. The seesaw is going to get me yet another 30 coin. And we'll just have to get out of here before the squirrel decides to have a word with us. That looks like we can certainly slide down and bash these things. Let's see what the bomb is all about. Looks like it's gonna be a remote detonation. Really just one shot at that. You miss it, you miss it. I will have to reactivate this icicle once it has been brought back to us. Yeah, didn't think that through. And I think that's going to be it, but we'll let the scroll do its job in case there's something else we need to know about this ice cream. And it appears not, at least so far, but we didn't actually leave the cave, so we'll see how it dovetails into the next segment. And hey, awesome lap. Yeah, the schedule has been somewhat reduced lately, so I'm not surprised that you haven't been able to catch this. We have been doing the weekend streams every week and doing a ton of escape rooms lately, actually. Spent the first big chunk of this stream doing precisely that. But yeah, now back to some traditional worlds. And that's been kind of the mix and match that we've been doing over the last few weeks. Yeah, currently moving my streaming setup. We've got some new adjustments coming in, and we'll see what that does to our streaming schedule as we get into the week of the grand return of 3D Mario comes to what has been made available in the upcoming remasters. But yeah, Mario Maker, of course, will continue as the main bulk of our programming week to week. A lot of fast momentum-based play in this segment. We can grab some of these 30 coins optionally. I can really watch our heads here and distinguish what the ground blocks are going to be. It can be surprisingly hard to see sometimes when they are dark against a light boundary. But yeah, just going to be a Magikoopa battle through these cakes here and there, and oh, there we go. We need to basically slide our way across. I mean, we had access to some kind of snowball, that would have been something helpful, but in the absence of that, we'll just grab this. No way to switch this back to off, I think, before we proceed to the next segment. Okay, down we go. Yeah, a lot of momentum-based play here, as you can see. It looked like a bit of an advanced optional path here, but we will definitely take those extra lives. And down we go once again. It looks like we bypassed a decently sized segment, and here we have the return of the Roy motif with the Boom Booms guarding the Koopa cage. Not really sure what those Koopas are being guarded for, how that relates to the dessert theme, but we're going to find out soon enough. Okay, so those totally were ice lollies. And get to the other side of this peak, which is a gingerbread house. Okay, I mean, so far it's a house. Let's check the top of the house before we enter and see if there's anything a twister up here, but I think it's just a very decorative looking gingerbread snow chimney thing. And we'll enter the house. Be a bit of a change in scale, but after the subatomic part of the adventure, I think we're used to that by now. Here's another cherry on top. They do have to admire the dedication to putting in some fruit. You have to admire the fruits of the creator's labor. And okay, so we've got a question block here. Cherries here. Yeah, you can definitely feel the subtle picking up of the movement and the momentum as you get deeper into some of these worlds. This one is definitely meant for a little bit faster play, or at least to deliver some satisfying rewards for doing so. Okay, this here looks like it is actually traversable somehow. Particularly if we drop the POW. I bet it can be done. Need to be careful. Problem is that when you build up a dash like that, it occasionally leads to some problems. I mean, it could have bounced off an enemy too, I guess, but... Sure, we'll take this. We'll take the sprinkles. If that's what this is. Oh, it's the gingerbread house, so yeah, I guess it's just a lot of decorations. But, oh, okay, now we're on the top level entirely. I'm going to run across. Hopefully I'm not locked up here and that this actually is a valid alternate path, because we're just skipping the whole level. I think I may indeed have locked myself above the gingerbread house, using the power block. Unless there is a way to get down. It is quite possible I locked myself. Well, that's okay. That's the kind of thing we test around here. I guess this one is going to be a start over. Well, at least we know not to do that, but at least we did discover a way to skip most of the content down below. Oopsie, yeah. It happens, just have to check the ceilings. At least get some invisible blocks up there. I mean, I guess you definitely didn't necessarily account for the POW block giving me that extra boost by a spot. Whoops. Because I was thinking that that definitely looked like the kind of thing that plausibly would be an alternate path. Instead of something that was just 100% decorative. So it certainly looked worth a try. But yeah, pretty much whenever you have any kind of held item like that, that's a potential risk. So, fine, I do not take chances with semi-solids and ceilings. Even if they look utterly impossible. Yeah. Gotta admire some of the escalators here. The gingerbread house escalators. The lifts that take you up and down the steps in the gingerbread shopping center. Oh, should have gotten a checkpoint, actually. No, you know what? It didn't matter if we got a checkpoint because of the way I got locked. So... I'd have to restart that one anyhow, but that's okay. We'll take the lower path this time just to see what the intended platforming was. I mean, obviously, it's a pretty big skip if you do, in fact, take the upper level. Kind of surprised that with all the people going for speed records on these, that maybe that, well, may or may not have been a part of the record run, but if they want a strategy for doing so and prefer the upper route to the candy canes down below, and trust themselves furthermore to not get locked up in the rooftops of the gingerbread house, that is certainly an alternate strategy to consider. Okay, what's going on here? Let's grab this. Yeah, once again, nice little flotation. Let's be careful up top. And let's follow the camera gently down here. Yep. So it looks like we have a series of 2 locks. Once again, it's going to be with double boom boom. Hey, you know what? Let's just let these guys drop if we can. I need to drop them off their wings first, I think. Oh. Well, that works too. I wanted to hit these guys on the ground, but certainly take some snowballs and do it this way. Whoops. Now, I guess if we're starting over from the checkpoint, I will not have access to that very convenient POW block that I was hoping I could use to take out everything at once. Yeah, POW blocks do expose a lot of vulnerabilities sometimes, so it's just something to be aware of. I mean, you know, it's a fun little optional thing, obviously, but it is one of those items that's just good enough that people will always be tempted to take them for it. That's true of trampolines as well, I think, but POW blocks especially in terms of their capacity to not just break platforming, to just break stuff. And, hey, Jay Cool Guy, we do viewer levels through the week, usually. I mean, this week will be a little bit reduced, but the weekend streams are when I do the longer stuff that's not formally in queue. So, Super Worlds, escape rooms, big puzzles, 2-hour-long Metroid-style levels, and so on. So, yeah, if you want to submit the normal way, that's going to be on a different stream. But thanks for dropping by anyhow. And hope to see you back when we do have one of the viewer submission days, if you do want your code played. And yeah, we're just in the middle of running this Super World right now, and at World 5 of 8, it is all about dessert. All about our enemies getting their just desserts. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, whoops. I missed a candy cane. It's alright, I've never been too much of a candy cane person anyway. So we'll just reject those spitefully, although not so spitefully that we fall to our doom. Yeah, interesting question block here, actually. I feel like I haven't interacted with that at all. And, oh, it's a star. Okay, totally missed it, but yeah, if we had, in fact, followed a shell or a snowball, for that matter, all the way over along the conveyor belt, that would have been really quite an interesting result. But yeah, the thing that I think is nice about this Super World when it comes to really committing to a Nintendo-style traditional philosophy is that a lot of the power-ups are just meant to be gentle power spikes. It's not really a do-or-die puzzle lock, it's more just something that is nice to have, and I think a lot of levels are very reluctant sometimes to be giving away things like POWs or stars. Look at that. Got a star right there. Simply because, you know, from a designer's perspective, it's very easy to think that they just trivialize things for the player when sometimes it's not such a bad thing if they are fun and if there is some risk involved in obtaining them or keeping them or just using them efficiently. So yeah, let's take out the boom booms. So the order of operations here is that we're going to try to get these guys on the ground, and then we'll see about smacking everything with a POW, including Roy. Okay, almost. Okay. Need to be careful with their flight pattern. And so yeah, Blue DS, this is Solar Horse World. I do have the code if it's something that you haven't played and are curious about. And we're in World 5 right now. We've had some pretty interesting stuff. I'm going to grab the POW block again. I like the POW block approach, even though it did lead us to a soft lock not too long ago. But I find it fairly satisfying to play with. But yeah, I think the highlight so far has definitely been Iggy's micro world. That was really something unique. I mean, a lot of this has been great. The story sequences that define each world have all been very clearly laid out and very thematically memorable. Like the chain chomps being held captive in the savannah earlier after running wild, but yeah, I think the micro world has definitely been a highlight. Okay, let's grab this. They're very fully armed now. Blue DS, I think it's a very common experience when just seeing a lot of levels, and never mind just worlds, that, you know, the level of quality in Mario Maker can really go places sometimes, and I think the only way you learn really is just to see what other people are doing, see things that just look very impressive, and make your own levels feel a bit small. I mean, I've never built anything on a scale of a super world. I haven't really even played with the world editor yet because I take a long time just to put one level together, but when you see something that has a very distinct sense of identity using a traditional format, I think that is something to cherish. And yeah, this is definitely one of those worlds that gets a ton of mileage out of its visual elements and the degree to which it takes the palettes that are given to you and customizes them to make them look like worlds that have very much their own theme. I mean, that's the thing about traditional levels, is that, like, you know, I think the art and science of decent Mario level design is fairly well known at this point. Hey, this is probably the second time I've ever got into full 5 up there. Remarkable moment. And yeah, it's not hard to make something that, like, it's very playable and very good. Much more difficult to make something that is distinct and memorable while being familiar in terms of these interactions. But as you can see, still just so many possibilities. And yeah, we're going to have cocktails now. Like, this world really loves its cherries and other fruity business. Look at this thing. Is this a martini? I think it's martini. Let's dive into martini. And yeah, Blue DS, I think when it comes to making things Nintendo-like, one thing that really exposes just how much of that is a very nuanced format. Like, one thing that I've discovered by playing a lot of traditional Maker levels is that you learn a lot about what makes a Nintendo level a Nintendo level. Like, there are a lot of things that people do talk about, such as the way that they teach mechanics and teach concepts between levels, but it's also some things that are much less covered, that you don't have a lot of people talk about how flexible Nintendo's own classic levels tend to be when it comes to pacing, when it comes to accommodating different kinds of speeds. That's something that I feel like doesn't get nearly enough attention, considering how much effort they put into that. Look at all these beverages. Not what I expected to be the big finish. Oh, and this little umbrella hat too over this drink. But yeah, I think though that there's certainly some value in trying to emulate the Nintendo style as an exercise that teaches you a lot about level design generally. I mean, making a traditional level interesting and unique is a hard thing to do. In the same way that, you know, making easy levels is also a hard thing to do. Making easy levels that are engaging to all audiences, and not something that, you know, is very easily mocked as something a bit brain dead. Look at this, you even have a lime on the side. Look at this bumper being used as a lime. I think the Delfino Plaza music definitely fits this quite well. You've been building your world since October 2019. Okay, so since before the world system even came in. I mean, I've certainly seen a lot of worlds that were kind of adapted to the Super World system. And some of them even keep their old numbering scheme if they didn't quite design them in sets of 5. This is quite a nice finish to the dessert world, because you would be thinking, okay, dessert's already sort of the end of a story in a way. What comes after dessert? Looks like all of these drinks. So okay, let's try to actually do some of the platforming here. And yeah, the Switch system definitely kind of accelerates, really capturing the wooziness that you get when you're sort of in the drink for too long. Look at all the alcohol you're soaking in. I don't know that's very family friendly. They could just be just a whole bunch of fake martinis that are just mostly apple juice, but really kind of matches Roy thematically as well, like fighting Roy on top of a martini. You know, Roy with his cool shades. And Blue DS, you want to finish it next week? Well, good luck to you if you do. And yeah, I guess you must have finished your Maker 1 world right in time for everybody to jump over to Maker 2. So that's it for Roy's Cocktail Bar. Really quite a great finish as we get into World 6 and see what's next. Very distinct way of having a dessert to the dessert. Now, we did already kind of have a space-themed world earlier that was in sky theme, so let's see what this one's all about. Desktop City, Motherboard Mayhem. Okay, so interesting. So this is like a circuit board. So yeah, this is your CPU core right here. And Yeah, look at all these logic chips doing their thing. And all the coins are like little bits of information that are being set, like electrical signals. Really interesting use of coins throughout this whole super world, actually. That's, you know, you have electrical signals, of course, being sent here as well by the Mecha Koopas, but earlier on we see coins being used as electrons back in the micro world, and now we see them just kind of sending signals from the microchips, and there's just a lot going on with coins in the super world that one normally doesn't really see, because we've just gotten so accustomed to coins meaning very specific things in a Mario context, and really being used aesthetically so much. But okay, let's get rid of some of these guys and get off of this part of the logic board. This took about 4 or 5 months to make, yeah. I can kind of tell, given the degree of post 3.0 elements that are all over the place, that it was something that was conceived around a super world system using a lot of the new elements introduced in April. And that it would be something that's designed specifically to be played with that connectivity in sets of 5, and so this reminds you of oh, Kirby's Epic Yarn, yeah. Kind of like that, I guess, but we'll see what's going on with the firewall and Firewall Frenzy. Once again, we have a microchip background. Definitely not what I was expecting from the space overworld, but this is one case where I'll definitely have to pay a little more attention to how the overworld design is signaling what's going on here, because okay, we're going to go through that one-way gate, because that was something that definitely showed signs of a great deal of attention in previous worlds in terms of how things were being set up and connected on the map to the story forward. I feel like I haven't been paying as much attention to that in the last few worlds, but it's very easy as you go from level to level for stuff like the attention to the super world layout to be something that goes a little unappreciated. Okay, we have to jump over this guy on this side, probably. A little bit of a weird position, but we made it. And I guess maybe the Pokies are just supposed to be viruses in the way that they were also the Dr. Mario style viruses in the microbial levels that we saw earlier. And yeah, Blue Diaz, I always get puzzled with that as well when people say that they build so straightforwardly. Some people really have a very specific method down for the style of level they create, but I mean, I tend to be much more tech focused, and so whenever I build something, I find that a lot of that time is just spent debugging. Okay, going to have a little bit of a logic track puzzle here. Well, not so much a puzzle, so much as a bit of a reactive thing where you see the track and have to make a good decision about where to go. Very classic Nintendo idea, but much better than how Nintendo executed it originally back in Way Cool in Super Mario World Special World, which, when I revisited the game not too long ago, definitely came off as the worst level in Super Mario World, but was obviously the prototype for much better track switching designs down the road. And yeah, Blue Diaz, much more focused on playtesting a level and making sure everything is perfect. And Merlin, you're just lurking. Yeah, Merlin, I was saying earlier when I saw some of the foliage in this super world that had some spike blocks on top of it that I was thinking about some of your super world as well, and that this was very much your kind of thing. Maybe not hard traditional, but definitely traditional that has a very clear aesthetic touch. Merlin, I don't know if you were here to pick up the code. I can definitely post that again for you. Because I was thinking this is definitely your style of thing as well as a player. So yeah, Blue Diaz, I don't know that I would consider you slow. I think even if you take your time, you certainly crank them out a lot faster than I do. I am nowhere close to building anything to populate a super world. But some concepts do take quite a bit of time. So here's Lemmy's Vile Virus. And yeah, for something that took a few months to build, definitely a very clear sense of how to use the Koopalings across multiple levels to kind of create an arc with them. And okay, this time the virus is going to be represented by the Wigglers crawling around a motherboard. I do want to see what's here. SMB2, now that'll be fun. Won't help with the Wigglers, but we can get some object pickups with things like the Gooms here and there. And the Goom Rats will basically work as our Norton antivirus. Or even our McAfee antivirus, who knows? Okay. Whenever I see that continuous bounce, I think of the Lecter foot race with Rocky level, which I don't know if some of you know. But it's a level that was built pretty much entirely around chaining Goom Rat throws. Okay, let's get a bit of a bounce on this guy. And yeah, not much in our way, not much to have to dodge, but we need to maintain our footing. Kind of amazed that it works for such a distance, but very carefully tested, of course. And yeah, Merlin, have a good lunch. And yeah, Blue DS, I also got both Maker 1 and 2 on day 1. Incredible to think, of course, that Maker 1 was 5 years ago now, having been very ominously released on the 11th of September. And yeah, I guess this is sort of our informal 5YMM. And yeah, it was always very interesting to see just how vibrant Maker 1 still was, going all the way into mid-2019. It was not really fully tapped out even as Maker 2 was released, and even as we got all the new tools coming in. I think to the extent that anybody is still poking around with Maker 1, there's still quite a lot of tech there left to be discovered, much of which would not make it over to this game. Yeah, this is quite a nice layout. When it comes to the overworld. It's sort of interesting what you can do with an overworld layout when it is one of the things in the game that is pretty much entirely aesthetic. It's not really a functional thing except for things like branching paths. So it is one of the most purely aesthetic things that you can do as a designer here, is to lay out how the map is going to go. Okay, let's ride this forward and down. Get around the bonsai. Okay. These guys are going to threaten to follow us around, but we're not going to give them that satisfaction. And the antiviral adventure continues. I feel like those wigglers are jumpable and that they will take us somewhere interesting. It's a little bit hard to get the jump on them, so we'll skip that. Whoa, and that chomp there caught me a little off guard. I should have backed up and given it some space. Okay, let's back up. And yeah, need to be a little bit more patient around this whole thing, I think. Instead of just expecting to rush through and damage boost through everything. Okay. Have to give myself the room to back up from time to time. Okay, not quite. Definitely a bit of a narrow conveyor belt to adjust around. So here's the shroom. And here's the track. And we'll just ride this out over here to the next part of the logic board. Yep, getting a little bit cornered there. Okay, once more, let's try to get out of this zone unscathed. Blue DS, sometimes I run worlds. I actually dedicated the first part of this stream to a really big escape room puzzle that's been part of a series that we've been doing over the past several weeks. The weekend streams I usually just do for things that are too long generally to fit into viewer levels. So mostly I do things like large puzzles. I do a couple of super worlds. I also do long levels. You know, some levels that are designed for really lengthy exploration-based progression that could take an hour or two. You know, things like that, because I find that the viewer level format in general kind of poses a bit of a disadvantage to those kinds of designs that really need a lot of breathing room to shine. So even a lot of traditional super worlds, you know, when you submit them to a stream, if a streamer is only doing them one level at a time, for instance, you don't really get to see that flow from level to level that makes them shine. And that really brings out what the designer wanted to show off. Same with things that are very large puzzles, for instance, that take a lot of patience, often take a lot of detective work. And so yeah, I actually haven't been doing too many super worlds lately, but I'm slowly bringing them back on stream. And yeah, we do a bit of that planning on the Discord channel. I can punch that in a moment. That's just !Discord if you want the address. So I usually post some of my streaming plans in advance if I'm doing any particularly big projects, like the escape rooms and super worlds, but usually we just use that for some pretty casual scheduling. It's quite quiet there. But after I beat this guy, I'll punch in the address. I think I need to sneak around and probably get a drop on him somehow. Oh, I got a Goomba, okay. Probably I need to use the Goomba to gain some height. Oh, okay, no. I just dropped one at a time. I see. And eventually something is going to crush him. So yeah, this is our antivirus method, I guess. We're trying to throw everything we've got at him and, you know, do it until one of our tools functions, and it will. So yeah, I'll just post the Discord. Like I said, fairly quiet there, but most of our regulars do hang out there, and I do put together some of the bigger plans there as well. And there we go. We removed the malware. Still not quite the end of this world because we still need to deal with Lemmy. Lemmy will be pretty much the final task here, given that he's going to be the hacker who is ruining our system. Okay, really building that stash. And to get fairly close to the limit of 99 as we head ever closer to World 7 of 8. And yeah, Blue DS, I mean, a lot of those things will come out through playtesting. I've definitely, almost every time I played a big super world like this that has about 40 levels in it, I usually wind up exposing at least one soft lock. I did it with this one, I did it with one last week. And sometimes they've been around long enough that, you know, the streamer isn't necessarily going to repair it and kill everybody's progress. So yeah, you know, as somebody who already knows how the Super World system works when it comes to updates and kicking people out, I think that it's a good idea to do what you're doing and have a very clear idea of an early playtester in mind before the public gets too wild about it. Whoops, we gotta be faster. Yeah, just need to be much faster from the point of activating the P-switch to getting through the rest. So let's just blast through this. Certainly looks like it can be done with a lot of bounces off the mechas as well. Yeah, when it comes to Super Worlds getting plays, it does have a lot to do with just finding the right kind of audience for it. Some people are really into this stuff. It obviously is a bit of a time investment. But sometimes these can be hard to discover unless you are well networked with people who like similar kinds of levels. So, always something that's good to keep in mind. Like, if you know or if you follow other people who play a lot of traditional levels, then it's first of all much easier to get them to play this style, and much easier to find levels in this style to play in your own right. Okay, I was kind of curious about the yellow pipe. I still want to check it. Let's go back there. Oh, if I can actually reach it. Yep. Okay, we've got a POW block here. Interesting. POW block is not really going to be usable here without SMB2. Explore. Yeah, it looks like we came into an upper layer. Oh, okay, this is where we came from earlier, so that's not what I want to do. That was actually reversing through an alternate path, a bonus path if you do take a route above the Mecha Koopas. So let's just head down here and dodge some boos. Here's another key. I guess the next way up would have been, wanted to say above the semi-solid representing the microchip, except I was not actually clear on this. Ah, no, the way is to be coming back to this key door. That's obvious now. Okay. Yeah, it didn't intend for me to go through the yellow pipe that way. Yeah, it was one of those things that I thought was worth checking. Just a matter of rolling the height, I guess, but... I mean, that's always one of the risks of building optional paths, is just to gate them in a way that feels very natural, especially when you have a very clear aesthetic commitment. Because sometimes, you know, for stylistic reasons, you don't want things to be too mechanically locked away. And yeah, let's get this guy out to the side. Bust everything down there. Oh, that will be a very helpful mushroom that we'll totally miss. Doesn't look like this is approachable either, but getting the checkpoint will be a big help. So, Blue DS, it's a fairly medium difficulty world overall. Where we are right now in World 6, the platforming is still gentle, but it is a little more time sensitive, as you can see from some of the P-switches. So some things just make you play a little bit faster as you go along, but in general it's a fairly approachable world for medium difficulty. I think most things here fall between 10 and 20%. Okay, let's go for 1-up. A bit tricky to do so, actually. But you can, in fact, reset through this door if you want to retry that. We'll just pretend that Lemmy has gone away after his ignominious defeat. Here we go. So that was Into the Dark Web. And so much for Hacker Lemmy. We get into World 7. Okay, so World 7 is going to consist entirely of fortresses. We'll see what that's all about. Magic School. Off to class. Okay, so we're going to have some kind of Hogwarts world here. And yeah, I'm going to have a bit of wizardry right from the start. In terms of mogrification. Have to grab that before the Magic Koopas decide to sap the block. Okay, so it looks like 3 separate coin challenges leading us to the key door. Aha, here is the lecturer, here are the students. It looks like the way to that coin is to knock out all of the students. How appropriate. And yeah, here's a different kind of class. I guess that other class was just, you know, learning how to shoot fireworks. This one is learning how to shoot fire. Or at least toss fireballs around up and down. And of course, having like a fireproof spiny hat is a big help here. You know, I haven't really been bopping the lecturers either, and I feel like it's something that is, in fact, doable. Like, if I decided to take him out, that does nothing for me really, except lose the hat, but I was curious. This is definitely transmogrification. And okay, there we go. Got these guys just manning the halls. Got a mushroom. Okay, so just going to bop those very efficiently. it is not really going to stop the fireworks. And okay. Pop one of these guys at a time. And forward we go. Okay, that's going to feel a lot safer than how we were doing it earlier. Whoop, just going to barely dodge the cheap. And away we go with the flag. Alright, so here's the cauldron. Last with the potions master. We probably don't want to hit that brick because we'll just destroy it. Although we probably should have to prevent transformation. And okay, series of on-off switches. We'll see what that's all about. Should have grabbed that mushroom. Not going to have an opportunity to grab that from a question block while we're still wearing this spiny hat. Okay, well, thank you, Mechikuka. Very kind of you. And that's a big boo. Okay, up we go. And the star on top of the tower. Like Ludwig is the magic instructor here. Having tired of music instruction. And yeah, it's going to introduce Ludwig as the nemesis of this world right away. So over to Boiling Cauldron and through we go to the exit. Nice little windows above the exit, by the way. And actually quite close to the record here, within a couple of seconds. Guess it hasn't been pressed that hard, because I felt like I was taking my time in quite a few segments. So here's a potion storage. And yeah, let's check the lower part, just curiosity. Fire flower, yeah, we'll definitely take it. Didn't really mean to do it with a damage boost, but if it works. And okay. Oh, whoops. Hoop is going to be in the way. What this guy's all about. But we'll take that for sure. Actually gives me quite a lot of flexibility to break into this stuff here. Well, not for long it doesn't. So yeah, unfortunately missed a lot of that optional path there just from losing the spiny hats. You have to read carefully and also just, yeah, some segments like this you can kind of damage boost through, whether you intend to or not. And activate the switch. Yeah, sometimes you have to be quite careful about hugging some of these corners. Yeah, let's just go over here. Pop this. We are through. It looks like there was something that was actually in the top right. I think if I gain some speed down here, I should be able to fly up. See what this pipe is all about. Now, going right to left, I do wonder if that was supposed to be an exit point. I think it is supposed to be. But yeah, let's just drop out. That seems like the appropriate thing to do in a school level. Yeah, sure, we'll switch to the flower, why not? Oops. Hoping rather ambitiously to pop each of these guys as we go. Take things rather quickly. Whoops. Too quickly, I think. It's getting a bit impatient at this point. Kind of satisfying to just run up to the top level this way and bounce, 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 though. Okay, a couple of transitional zones. We'll see what's going on with Ludwig over here as he drops us. Oh, I suppose the idea behind that is he's transforming us into a frog. That's the transformation action. We're not going to last very long as a frog. Goal's right there, so I think this is just a setup for the next part of the story sequence, that Ludwig, being the boss or headmaster of the school, has decided that a frog is what he would rather have us be. Perhaps we're less of a nuisance to him that way. Whoops. Shouldn't have hesitated on that jump there. And forward we go once again. And up. Yeah, once again, not really building up much acceleration coming out of that jump. Part of the issue there is that I don't necessarily trust my speed sometimes when it comes to using the frog suit. But the idea there is that I shouldn't dawdle, I should just make the most of my momentum. Go, go, go. But yeah, there's a bit of gluiness to the frog sometimes in that it doesn't really dash the way that Mario typically expect to dash. So you need to make a lot of adjustments with it to escape the curse, lift the curse, and transform back into somebody who throws fire. So here's the Forbidden Hallway. Okay, we've got POW blocks just lighting our way, really just being used as a lighting system, I think. Although, yeah, it's weighing down the seesaw as a gate. Given that it's weighing down the seesaw as a gate, we just need to weigh it down ourselves. Sure. Now we can drop it. Interesting thing is that it allows us, therefore, to take some with us. Sure, why not? Now, is anything going to light up here? I did sort of need to trust that. What the on-off is going to do for me here, the off is just going to make the lights smaller. Maybe I shouldn't have taken everything out with the POW. Ah, okay. That's what the off switch is useful for. Yeah, so we'll just keep that once again. And yeah, just take advantage of the plants actually giving us some visibility. Difficult to see what's going on with this here, though. Is there something I'm missing? Yeah, I guess you do I have to scout around a bit. It is a dark level, and so there's a certain expectation that you're going to be around a bit. Ceiling up there. Okay, that works too. Yeah, nothing accessible in the upper level there. Burn back. No, I'm not going to listen to you. Why would I? We want secrets. Okay, we're going to head into the chamber deep down here, ignoring the advice to turn back. Looks like this is a little bit more time sensitive. Oh, whoops. Oh, that's a problem. Okay, no, that's okay. We got through the gate. Not really the intended way, but okay. Whatever works. And head over to the house. Let's see. That's fine too. Need to stay ahead a little bit, but not so far ahead that we fall. Oops. Okay, that was just a bit of a mistaken input right by the checkpoint. Turn back. You're meant to kill the plants to guide you with the light. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I think that hadn't really occurred to me intuitively, but I should have thought about that. Okay, drop the POW. Drop. Okay, that's fine. That works too. Let's be a little bit more careful about climbing errors this time. Yeah, works. Okay, let's be a little bit careful. Checkpoint. Now that's quite a POW stack coming up. I wonder how much of that ammunition stash is going to be useful. Oh, it's dropping as much as you can in a short period of time. Okay. Kind of wound up on the wrong side of that. That's okay. Have to recall that and fix it. Might as well leave the mushroom there for some extra weight. Yeah, didn't need the full stack either. Oh, whoops. Bumping my head once again. Okay, so we get further down in silence. And see what's coming. Piranha plants and spike tops. Kind of like in a bone shape almost. Oh, whoops. Was a mistaken D-pad diagonal once again. Yeah, this. Pro Controller D-pad death when you see one. Very obvious signs of that sometimes. Anyway, let's actually watch my headroom for once when I'm big. It should be fairly obvious that I'm not too much of a precision-oriented player. Yeah, some players just have the easiest time with this sort of thing. When it comes to dodging weird hitboxes as Big Mario turning corners. That I do have a fair bit of trouble with. Yeah, so we do need to mind the spike tops on either side. There's a little bit of advance warning for them sometimes, but I really do have to watch my positioning. This mansion is certainly laughing at me. That was quite a prominent face that was staring at me just now. I guess we now know why that's the forbidden hallway. Don't want to get trapped in there. So here's graduation day. Noticing, of course, that graduation day is not quite at the castle just yet, but I guess they're on a quarterly term system. And look at these buzzy graduation caps. I guess that's what they're acting as. Not exactly flat mortarboards here, but they'll do their job all the same. Has a bit of extra protective wear for students that have been working so hard to get knocked over by Mario's shells. Yeah, being a little bit sloppy here. Let's clean this up a bit and play this properly. Okay. Up we go soon. This is definitely something, so we'll check it. Bonus game. And we'll see what that gives us. Okay, pretty generous bounty of coins. And what do we got here? More coins. And we got a POW. Yeah, we'll nuke everything. Oh, whoops. Did not expect that. I was about to drop safely onto that block and then everything just sort of dropped out from under me. That's what Magic Koopas do sometimes. As agents of chaos. Okay, grab some of the windows, and what have we got here? Whoops. Okay. A couple of close moments there. And we are through. Going to have a bit of a cutscene segment where Ludwig leads the graduation ceremony. Oh, and it's pomp and circumstance. Because of course it is for graduation purposes. Surprise Elgar. Hey. And actually, it was a Land of Hope and Glory, actually. How did I think about it?
Okay, so we are going to get through these fountains here. And look at them do the graduation cap toss. That's a very nice little effect there. Of course, that doesn't bring us any closer to dealing with Headmaster Ludwig. But that's what the next level is for. Yeah, very nice little touch with the cap toss at the end. Okay, balanced in such a way that we haven't hit the 99 cap yet, even closing out World 7. Of course, that has been on account of the occasional sloppiness, but like a pretty generous bank anyway. So magic school, student to soldier, and so now Ludwig has built his private army of wizards. What have we got here? We've got tank. I don't remember seeing them learn this in class. Of course, all of them are wearing their spiny combat helmets now, having graduated from their graduation caps. Oops, Super Ball immediately. Had a bad aim there on my part, but once again, actual stars as power-ups. Really not something you don't see very... Really something you don't see very often in Mario Maker, for sure. A mushroom, and... Sure, we'll take that guy out immediately. Look at a bomb just dropping coins on us like that. Very nice of it, but still... Somebody could get hurt, you know. Let's wait for the next cycle. Nope. A little bit too daring there. And I flinched at the last moment. Yeah, nearly at the end of the journey, though. We've just got World 8 after this. Yeah, I don't play the 40-piece Super Worlds all that often. They are a bit difficult to bring in sometimes, but... Oh, I totally had a safe spot there. So, always kind of a grand adventure to attempt to do all 40 in one sitting. Okay. Once again, just a little more caution with the dodging could be useful. What have we got here? Once again, just missing. Flat out missing. And failing to keep an eye out for some of the transformations as well, so a lot of things to look out for, as always, when dealing with a lot of Koopa projectiles. Okay, just take them out one at a time like that. Okay. Hope that we knew about the safe zone that time. Whoops. Slide over. Quite enough. Whoops. Just missed the jump that was supposed to go right under that block. Yeah, I think I am noticeably getting a little bit sloppier the later I get into the stream, but that is somewhat predictable. It does happen. It just need to play around it most of the time. Whoops. Okay. That went somewhat efficiently. Okay, at long last, here's Ludwig. As long as we don't have to spend too much time dealing with the Magic Koopa spawns up top, we should be fine, but as you can see, we were not fine. Hitting Ludwig in a grounded fight like this, it shouldn't be too hard. His jump height pattern can be quite devilish to deal with, but we're generally managing. And yeah. That should be fine. That was kind of story relevant. I guess we were kicking away all the combat helmets and Magic Koopa's spare supply. Okay, one more world to go. Almost at the big finish. Now, I almost certainly will not have time for anything else after the Super World in this stream. I think it will just be a two-part feature on this stream today, the Escape Room plus the Super World. Did have some codes marked out for later, but I think they will have to wait. Just in the interest of playing while not too exhausted. Oh. Let's actually exercise some care with the P-Balloon for once. Now, exercising care means not necessarily always going with the dash button. Escaping corners like that, of course you have to, but we'll see. Yeah, going to bypass a lot of the coins, unfortunately, but okay. We're safe. Now I can bump the piece from up top, I'm sure. Have a bit of a race to come up here, and it's not going to be too bad. Okay. Looks like that is going to be a hard gate on the P-Balloon. It does make me wish sometimes that there was a more elegant way of deliberately shedding the power up. In the absence of that, those control gates will have to do. Okay, a lot of guys down here in the bottom level. I guess we're all caged. We're all being held captive. Being forced to do somebody's will. Wendy's will. Yeah, because Wendy was the one who was, of course, the poacher. Who was capturing everybody, particularly the chomps. And so having her back in action in this kind of fight is quite fitting. So, winner. Yeah, it looks like we are in for a number of boss rematches. It is on Mount Wrestle. But yeah, a lot of boss reunions. And of course, cramming them into a space of 5 levels means there will be some doubling up, as we are about to see here with Morton and Lemmy. Okay, going to have Fire Yoshi. There is going to be a bit of a scroll here, though, to force a bit of speed. Go. I just have to read somewhat accurately across the screen to see what's happening, but having to spread fire of the fire flower is going to help quite a bit. It would be rather necessary to get through some of this, in fact. Oh, whoops. Thought I could get around quickly enough, and that was not the case. Okay, so we continue from here. Drop that guy. Then... no, we'll just continue. Yep. Side. Whoops. Failing some jumps there. Let's get out, get out. Go. Okay. That's going to be a bit of a failure here, because we did need to pump out this side. Whoops. I expect to get trapped down there. Yeah, that's going to be a bit of an angular puzzle using the red Yoshi and the fire flower together in conjunction on fairly short notice. You do not get trapped above any unbroken ice levels, and we should be okay. Okay, so yeah, going to pop that side, pop this side. Kind of nice layout in terms of having to play around the auto-scroll by going back and forth and covering both sides, and having, of course, several opportunities to get your aim together. Yeah, there are definitely principles to pacing when it comes to auto-scroll, and so... not just a matter of usual pacing wisdom about how long to keep things, or... whoops, oh boy, we're trapped. Did not expect the scroll to not stop there. Given that I was at the exit point, but that was just a little bit of complacency. Okay, there we are. Okay. And then flower. Okay, going to eliminate everything we can. Have a little bit of flexibility to catch up when we miss, but not something I should rely on consistently. It's get me into a lot of trouble. And okay, we'll actually make it to the pipe swiftly. Gonna drop poor Yoshi in the flames. and mainly act as an anti-Yoshi gate that just happens to be in 2 steps. And of course all these guys are caged. We will grab a checkpoint and a shelmet. Maybe they're caged or maybe they're just Bowser's audience actually. The rafters. Maybe since they are all Bowser's minions, they're just here to spectate the fight in the central ring, which is kind of like a boxing ring. Yeah, I think they are spectators in a boxing ring, in fact. Or wrestling ring, I guess, because this is technically Mount Wrestle. Yeah, pretty sure they are spectators at this point. We're going to have ourselves a little bit of a cage match. It's going to give both of these guys a good bopping. Lemmy's balls are going to be quite a bit of assistance here. Yeah, Blue Diaz, we are almost done. Winner. Have 3 more Mount Russell levels to go. 2 and a final castle that will perhaps draw Bowser out of hiding. Now, in order for that to happen, it looks like we'll probably have a bit more doubling up on each of the Koopalings in the remaining levels. And yeah, your world also starts with 3 lives and it gets more difficult. Yeah. Sometimes the balance is definitely something that would take a lot of fine-tuning to figure out. I think it's ideal when you have a modest bank of lives to start, but have most players kind of remain relatively in equilibrium, hovering around that mark depending on how careless they can be. But yeah, it is, in this case, a world that's very aesthetically driven. I mean, the platforming is good, but you can tell that star of the show has to be really thematic set pieces. Okay, just going to do all of this a sensible way. Oops, that was not the sensible way. Okay, it's done. And we'll grab some replenishment over here. Not really sure what's going on with this whole muncher segment up here, but we'll take it. Fairly simple to navigate. And we have another story segment. Or at least a loading segment that gets you into the boxing ring for the next round. Now, yeah, Roy's just gonna have a pleasant little ride here so he doesn't teleport through all the floors. He needs to teleport in here somehow to give me access. Very difficult to read his pattern sometimes when it comes to when he is invulnerable. But we got it. So, winner. 2 more to go. Okay, fairly respectable time. Not exactly what Gilmore is doing, of course, but I haven't been pushing it that hard. Here's Mount Wrestle versus Ludwig and Larry. Bowser and possibly Junior will of course be last. And yeah, the Blue Diaz, I think a lot of them do have a very similar setup. It's the same kind of fight. Something that can be noticeable. I actually did not lose the cape. That's nice. Whoops. Lost it that time, though. And yeah, just a bit reckless there. Like it's an awe every time I get hit. Okay. Wow, the timing on these could be quite vicious. And yeah, Blue Diaz, your world will have the big final level, so I guess that's one of the last pieces you're working on for this week. If that's something that you're still in the early stages of putting together. Whoops. Wow, that was a hammer snipe. And yeah, Blue Diaz, I've definitely seen a good number of boss rushes that work like that. Or even boss finales. I generally really quite like inventive boss designs in this game. I do think that there's always tons of potential in them. Whoops. Okay, we kind of rushed it to the checkpoint, but made it. And it looks like we'll eventually have to grab some kind of bomb over to that location. Whoops, whoops. It's okay, we just got a checkpoint. Too bad. Yeah, so finishing touches on Worlds 7 and 8 on your end, I see. Okay. Whoops, let's actually grab a power-up going into this. And yeah, sometimes things can be fixed by putting them in a sensible order, for sure. Okay, lots of unnecessary hits here. But too ambitious. Rushing through now that the ending is in sight. That we're tantalizingly close. Definitely feels like this is something that's accessible by deflecting a spike ball. Okay, we'll just get through like this. Sloppy play on my part, but the balloon gate's going to solve everything for us here. And yet another wrestling setup. Good turnout from the audience today. Let's see what's up. Ludwig. Okay. Playing a little bit reckless overall, but that's enough to get through. But yeah, the Koopaling fights are definitely very pure cage matches. Okay, just about at the grand finale.
So let's see what the castle's all about. Bowser will be the final fight. I don't know if it's just going to be a very similar arena fight that loads you in the same way, but obviously we'd have to take a slightly different approach. Yeah, it's going to load you in right away. And give me Yoshi, which is good. Just perhaps a little less spammy than it otherwise would be. It's going to be spammy. That's okay, we'll wait for Yoshi to come back. And yeah, just a lot of Bowser to deal with. Okay, just going to spam him to death after all. There's got to be more to it though, right? No, it's the end. Okay, so yeah, I guess those were very much meant to be played in sequence. But are you going to give me a question mark though? The end question mark? It's got to be. Yeah, that's right. Question mark. Just as predicted, I knew that was too simple to be true. Got more Bowser coming. We've got specifically 2 additional Bowsers coming. That's just going to be a chase scene. Very reminiscent of the new Super Mario Bros. Wii ending chase, which had a very full-size Bowser. Be generous platforming, though, as far as escapes go. And that's it. Oh, poor Junior just going to get dunked in there. Did I see all that fire? I most certainly did see all that fire. And by the looks of it, so did Junior. Poor fellow, he didn't even do anything. We never picked a fight with him, we never had any kind of conflict with him. Well, we dunked him anyway. Just to end the bloodline. Yeah, Solar Horse, I don't know if you have played the new Paper Mario and seen what happens to Junior in that game. Because Junior, wow, he really gets it in the face, that's for sure. Yeah, Junior just kind of hanging around in his little lava playpen. Not the safest environment in the world, but, you know, I'm sure he didn't expect to just die. Anyway, thank you, Solar Horse, and thank you, of course, for sitting around and enjoying this patiently as we did a full playthrough of the full 40. Now, as I kind of expected, doing both the escape room and the super world in the same stream did push me pretty late in terms of the time I was going to spend streaming today, and so I don't think I will really have time for anything else. Usually I try to tag on 1 or 2 levels as a kind of dessert, and I don't really have anything that would be of an appropriate difficulty lineup today, so I think we're just going to call it at this point. And yeah, once again, a really very aesthetically distinctive world. The boss rush in World 8 was, you know, very much just a boss rush, but I think the environments for platforming that were a little more story-oriented were definitely the star of the show. Micro World, of course, as I said earlier, being a real standout when it comes to the visual design. But yeah, very good model for how to do something that's a traditional world along that band of medium difficulty that is nevertheless very visually distinctive. So yeah, Blue Diaz, with your world as well, good luck finishing yours, and we'll hopefully be able to feature it soon as well. Whether it's on scattered submissions on viewer levels or in one of these big, huge weekend blocks. So I hope the balancing problem certainly gets sorted out there as well. In the meantime, thank you for watching. This will be the last stream for a couple days while we get some things moved around and set up over here. We'll be resuming next week with a mix of the usual Mario Maker with hopefully some of the 3D Mario collection. I haven't quite determined exactly which games from the collection I will be streaming. Don't know if I'll do 64, but I think I will definitely do Sunshine. I would very much like to do Galaxy. I've played all of them before, of course, but it's more, you know, what's going to be fun to sit through and talk about and comment on in terms of level design and just to point things out, show them off in HD for the first time. If anybody would like to stay, we are going to be looking for a raid. I usually try to find somebody who is running Mario Maker with an open queue, but occasionally there are some surprises. So, on my end, that is going to be it. Thanks for watching. Join us next week for probably the finale to the set of the massive escape room puzzles by Tempest Funk, and then we'll tag on some platforming and super worlds and so on afterwards, depending on how much time we have, just like we did today, and we might even go way over. For the time being though, that is all from me. Stick around for the raid if you're interested, and I will send you off in just a moment. So have a good day, morning, afternoon, etc., and fare thee well. Until next time.